Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with the Thunderpick World Championship. ODDIK and M&J to bring you the action. Josh, how are we feeling for today?
I'm feeling good. Anytime we cast together, I always, it's sunny and I think, oh, I've got a bit of a tan going, and then I'm next to you and I just look like a ghost. It's just ridiculous. I mean, we look really pale. But yeah, I'm good. I'm looking forward to today. We've got a couple of really, really good matches to come, and I think quite balanced matches, which should make things quite interesting. But yeah, obviously up first, the boys on Game Hunters taking on Canids Stars, a legendary brand coming back into Counter-Strike, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you're right about the legendary branding, right? Like, it's been a while since we've seen that name, and now they very recently picked up a roster. It's been about a month. They bring in 4 players from this mix called Swingers, and then Flash comes in from Tropa de King. I'm really bad with South American pronunciations. Okay, you're going to have to forgive me for that one, Josh. It's only going to get worse from here on out. But yes, we'll quickly take a look at the bracket to see how things have been. Of course, if you are tuning into this tournament a little bit late, this is the Group A elimination match. Whoever takes this one is going to go ahead and fight Flamengo. Flamengo, of course, have already dropped into the lower bracket. They're playing the decider match now out of whoever wins against Game Hunters versus Canids Stars. Flamengo already lost to 9Z, so 9Z have already qualified. Now one more team's going to qualify through the lower bracket in Group A, and that should be the case for every other bracket as well. So, Josh, let's keep the conversation here on Game Hunters versus Canids Stars. Any preliminary thoughts for me?
I guess we've got to lean towards Canids Stars a little bit, even though they're not doing so well in the rankings at the moment. We saw these two teams play against each other about a month and a half ago, and we did see them sort of quite convincingly take it 2-0 in Challenger League. So that's sort of where my head's at right now. But neither of these teams on particularly great form as it stands. They both had pretty rough games in their opening matches. Canids Stars had, I guess, a closer affair against Flamengo, but we're talking about a roster on a lower level than 9Z, of course, so there's no major surprises there. Game Hunters got absolutely smoked. They lost 13-2 map 1, and then they just decided to forfeit map 2. They said, yeah, don't worry about it. They were 3-1 down, and they said, screw it, we'll throw in the towel. So yeah, it's not a pretty sight, that's for sure. But some key pieces within this team, and some familiar faces, actually. Ricoli, PRT, Lich, Mello, who you may remember from that FURIA Academy roster. He is quite a force to be reckoned with. He's not down on the roster on HLTV, but I believe he is going to be in the server today, and ABR as well. So yeah, as I say, some fairly familiar faces within the South American scene. ABR's been putting up some good numbers recently too. So yeah, definitely one to look out for.
So just to be clear, Mello is replacing, I believe he's replacing Remix, right?
Yes.
Which, I mean, he's not noted down on the roster. I'm not exactly sure what the inner workings of their actual lineup are for, or like how it's going to progress. Hang on. Okay, so Mello is supposed to just be their starter, right? But like for some reason we've got we have Remix listed. I believe they might have had like a sub situation before, not anymore. But yeah, I'm actually really glad that they've got Mello playing, because like if we are just comparing apples to apples, right? Like Remix, Mello, you've got that AWP comparison there. Like Mello is just a class apart in how much input he can have.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And Remix is sort of been that sort of weaker link recently, I guess. It's a nice little easy swap though. You've just got 2 AWPers, and you know, there's no issues there. It's not like you're subbing out an in-game leader or something like that. So yeah, I think if you compare the two, there's a very clear sort of disparity. You've got Remix, who he's 31, you know, he's had his time playing at a pretty high level of CS actually, but I think the last sort of couple of years for him has been a little bit slower, and for Mello, you know, he's at the start of that career. And yeah, someone that's pretty fierce. He's 22. He gave us a 6 showing in FURIA Academy. I really thought that he was going to be like a staple to then move up into not necessarily a tier 1 roster, but you know, one of the more household South American names. And that didn't end up happening, but there's still absolutely loads of time. As I say, he's 22, plenty of space and time to develop. And yeah, I think that I'm glad as well that the standing situation sort of resolved, and he's here again today.
Yeah, on the other hand, of course, we've got Cade Stars. We've already talked about how they have most of what they had come on the Swingers lineup, but then they've also added Flash. So we've got 4 of the Swingers players who already have tons of experience playing together. Flash coming in. Now, I'm not really sure if that's the best of ideas because, like, Flash being a 5th player, like, for him to be the last piece of the puzzle doesn't seem quite right, considering the fact that, you know, he's not really been anything too impressive within the space. It's not like he's playing like a super niche role or anything, but yeah, he's only been surfacing about a 0.8. And I'll be honest, I haven't really particularly gotten into the nitty-gritty of the South American scene, so I'm not really sure if there's like a particular reason why they would pick him up, but he's not been all that in a bag of chips, right? But if we do have to like sort of have an overarching comparison, I do still think that there's like a slight edge towards Cade Stars, but honestly, it could be either way.
Desh is a little bit of a weird one in that regard. But yeah, I mean, Desh has been putting up absolutely crazy numbers, despite the fact that, you know, he's 26. He's never really had like a breakout roster or anything like that. But absolutely still just fragging out at this kind of level is really his playground, I guess. But yeah, I guess an important bit to put the spotlight on Flash is still a bit of a rookie. There's still room to develop for sure. He's only 20 years old. He looks a little bit older than that, but he's only 20 years old, so you can absolutely shape him into a better player. But so far, what he's shown us hasn't been anything too fancy. Taking a look at the head-to-head there then between ABR and Desh, I don't think it's the fairest comparison. I would have liked to see him against Melo, but still, you know, you've got 2 players that are putting up some good numbers at the moment, and I think that expecting them to be at the top of their respective scoreboards is pretty standard here. And you know, if one of them goes missing today, that could be a difference maker.
Yeah, I do also want to bring the caveat here that we're still not sure which of Remix or Mellow is going to be playing. I think there's still a small chance that Remix is the one that we'll see on the server instead of Mellow. So okay. I think that's actually a big issue to be having. Now, we are going to see the veto come up. Nuke, Dustu, Ancient, all 3 maps where I feel like your AWP player has quite a lot of control, right? So I think not being able to have that fair head-to-head, like not being able to play that Desh versus Mallow situation, instead having to play with your stand-in, having to stand up against a Goliath that is Desh on the other side, that'll definitely be a difficult spot to be put into. But as far as the maps go, I do feel like it's relatively evenly distributed. Neither team's going to feel too uncomfortable. I think Ancient's kind of a question mark for Game Hunters, but that generally tends to happen. Like, just trying to look at the stats doesn't really make a lot of sense because it's hard to find this caliber of teams have too much of a sample size.
Yeah, I guess so. I think the South American scene is very top-heavy, isn't it? And a lot of the time you sort of look at some of these sides, you see certain players that are putting up good ratings or having good win rates on certain maps and things like that. And you say, oh, yeah, you know, like they're a really good Nuke team, they're a really good Dust 2 team, this player's a really good player. But then the second that you put them up against a 9Z, a Bestia, a Legacy or a side like that, right, all of a sudden you know, it's just a completely different kettle of fish. Now obviously we saw Remix play that first round game against 9Z, had a bit of a hard time, so did all of them, but I think that's just like a really good example of, yeah, these teams, there are layers to the South American scene that we don't necessarily see. We definitely see layers in European CS. Obviously we have tier 1, we have tier 2, we have tier 3, but because there's so many teams, they all have their own respective space. You know, they all have their own respective tournaments, and very rarely are they overlapping. Whereas here in the South American space, where there's less teams, you do see that overlap. And yeah, it is very, very clear that there's this sort of disparity. Sometimes you put a Game Hunters who, yeah, are a good team against a side like Cade Stars, against a 9Z. Yeah, they do just really struggle. So I think this game here, in that lower bracket, is definitely going to be a better sort of test of what these guys can really bring to the table. And I think that decider game as well, against Flamengo, could either one of these teams could take down that side as well. So yeah, I think that there's still this path into the playoffs of both of these teams, and they'll be looking at that.
Yeah, I will say, though, that I'm not really sure how that game against Flamengo is going to go, because although they don't really have much much of a ranking to support them, but just the individuals, I think that could be good. Now, I do believe we've got the game ready. I couldn't quite hear the producer over myself, but we should be going to the server in just a moment, Josh.
We should be. Obviously, you know, South American Counter-Strike, you're living under a rock if you're not expecting technical issues. It is kind of always the way. And yeah, unfortunately, we are just sort of plagued with it time and time again. But better to iron out the creases before we get into game than sort of have those issues once we are in the server and whatnot. Okay, so we have a little bit of word. Yeah, so waiting for the start. Mello is playing. So we do have Mello instead of Remix, which is great. Even in terms of Mello's ability and the numbers that he puts up and just being a little bit better than Remix in my book, that's a big positive. But also just in terms of having your full starting five, obviously it's always a bit of a contingency when you've got a stand-in. And when you're playing a decider match, yeah, you don't want to be playing with a stand-in. You don't want any excuses at the end of the day where you lose it and you say, ah, well, we didn't have our full five or whatever. You want to be sort of coming at it with everything you can, and yeah, that's what they'll have today. So no excuses.
Yeah, elimination matches definitely when you're put up against the ropes, you do not want to have the caveat of being able to say, ah, well, we had a substitute, we had this or that. But by the sound of things, we should be going to the server now. So in about 5 seconds, we go straight into the first map. That is Nuke, and we should have a banger of a game on our hands. Of course, elimination whenever it's the barrel that you're looking down. You're going to be playing your best Counter-Strike, Josh. Keat Stars, CT side, Game Hunters on the T. Yeah. Game Hunters, of course, getting the short end of the stick because this is their own map pick.
A barrel with sharks at the bottom of it, and both are very, very aware. Looking at those live odds from our partners over at Thunderpick, Keat Stars, you're ever so slight favourites, but as balanced as a lot of these games are really going to get. So, yeah, I wouldn't sort of lean on them too heavily. Slower stuff. Flash outside. Desh just holding for the cross, but no smoke, so there's no illusion of a cross here. Keat Stars can just stay put. Good crossfire here on the A site, and it looks like the execution's about to commence.
Oh no, Desh slips. Leo Dark making quick work of them, and before they even start to respond, they've already been thinned. And very quickly, Keat Stars are going to be able to take control of the first round. That was a little messy, I'm not going to lie, even from the CTs, but somehow it ends up working out.
Yeah, when you see those initial points of contact and key shots being missed, you do start to worry, but Leo Duck did a good job. And yeah, again, even though he misses his sort of entire clips, he does still connect for 3 frags. That's the important part of it. And yeah, posts up a solid A defense. So with Game Hunters having no success, no bomb plant, hardly any kills. They'll drop down to a full eco here. Not too much of a justification to go for a buy in this. Next, and it should just be Farm Central. Pretty heavy on the rifles here, actually, at the CTs. So not really looking for all too much cash. Flash has been denied the eco frag. Someone that we were saying has struggled with the numbers recently. So sort of wishes that maybe the opportunity was there. But yeah, tidy stuff. Interesting call for Desh as well. Instead of going for that SMG to get the money, instead doesn't buy anything. Sticks for Jewelies. Now he's got that round 3 AWP.
Yeah, I really like that little bit of attention to detail from Desh. Doesn't buy down all the way. Doesn't commit to the MP9. Instead, just plays the long haul for the AWP. So Keat Stars going into the 3rd round fully locked and loaded. Like, oftentimes you're going to see the CTs sort of play this type of bonus. But no, as soon as the AKs come out, they will be matched with an AWP. So the weakest link here being Flash, MP9 in hand. Ninjas barely sees his assailant. The Opera of the side of Game Hunters doesn't even have his preferred weapon just yet. But he's already ripping heads.
Absolutely smoked. And making a bit of a statement now that they've got the rifles out as well, saying, well, you might have got off to this early 2-0 start. You may be on the CT side here on Nuke, but we'll come knocking. Give us a bit of time to warm up. Starting to light a fire at the feet of the defense. Desh does find an important kill and a good crossfire here on ramp. It's a little bit messy, but it does convert for a 2nd frag. Puts it into a 3v3. Vinabeast up the vents. seemingly aware that there should be one close main, but it's all about just trying to delay, trying to buy time and space for his teammates. Dash him from heaven. And with that all, there's nothing he can really do here. He's got to wait for his teammates. Surely he doesn't try and play around this.
It's all about the timing though, right, Beast? Not going to be spotted! Oh, sees Lich with his bomb out. As he's chucking the flash, he doesn't actually see Mellow. So might get a terrible timing here. Beast not going to expect it. Will be brought down to the 1 versus 1. 12 seconds remaining as Mellow finds the first duel. And now he's just trying to make sure that he can get the bomb down. Quick tap. Oh no, Leodard bites the bullet, but will still be able to come out on top. Keydstars, perhaps a little bit lucky that Mellow doesn't end them there. But Game Hunters, regardless, still have that big fat 0 on their side of the scoreboard.
7-0 Leodard is as well. He's got 39 points of armor and he's still sticking with it. A couple of questionable decisions being made in that round. I think the one that sticks out was Desh trying to play around his own heaven smoke. But it does have to be said, Beast plays that to perfection. Even though he sort of gets caught out on a bit of a timing at the end, I think he does exceptionally well there to isolate that main duel and then just stay alive. His timing up through the hut, was perfect to deny the plant initially. And then, biding time, biding space, playing his role in that situation perfectly. They just about get it over the finish line. So, Tech9's back out here for Game Hunters. Despite a very good start to the round in the last, it still doesn't go their way. Now, economically, they will struggle once again. Half investment, down to 1,500. They'll have the max loss in the next. But first, they've got ninjas to contend with. Oh, there's only a 1-for-1. Good trades by Flash, though.
Oh no, some really bad timing by Leodard.
What?
Is eventually going to be picked up by Beast behind, and time again is just coming down to the 1v1s, the very close rounds, and Game Hunter's still nowhere to be found on the scoreboard. I will say though, that was a pretty bad round. That was close enough that this could have been a problem. Of course, Riccioli being able to find the first, Mellow getting his hands dirty with the Tech9. And you can already see where Mellow's rating comes from, right? Going 7-4 in a game where they started 0-4.
Yeah, he's got teammates around him that haven't found a kill yet, right? And he's rocking 7. He found a massive triple entry with the Tech9 in the last round and almost won it for them. Ended up with the AWP at his feet instead of a rifle and committed to a bit of a 50-50 that last man was going to be coming in through the lobby flank instead of up from heaven. It is just a gamble that had to be taken, and unfortunately this time he bets on red, it rolls up black. Next time maybe different. Lich back down low. Riccioli, he made noise here. Sort of thought he had that element of surprise, but actually now everybody's well aware of where he resides. It's a horrible spray.
Oh, no.
Mellow's continuously missed shots. In fact, his first one was incredibly close to killing his teammate while he was blinded. And this is an absolute flop of a round here from Game Hunters.
I wouldn't be too fast to call it that. ABR puts down Flash, and although it might have looked like a flop, it's still close enough that it can be salvaged. But Dash coming forward, finds ABR, and once again, it's the juggernaut. That's Mellow. He might have missed 3 in a row, but he's recovered it. Dash, however, on the other side, waiting, op drawn, wanting to go for a bit of a rotate down into the bottom bomb site. Op v op duels always very deadly, even more so for the man that's got more HP. He's got more to be worried about. Mellow elephanting his way down into the bottom bomb site. They should know exactly where he is. That sees him going. Knows all it's going to take is a quick tap of the USB, and it should be over. But there is a tiny chance. Oh.
I really like that he doesn't go for the smoke spam there and knows that inevitably he's going to go back through the double doors because nowhere else is safe. And yeah, just wait. Smart stuff from Dash. It's going to be a 5th for Keydstars. I'm going to be honest for us. I'm just not equipped for this at all. This is an absolute circus, isn't it? This is ridiculous. These opening rounds just so back and forth. I said that this round was a flop. I'm almost made to eat my words. But even if they'd have won it, I'm going to be honest, the way that started was just so ridiculous and chaotic, you know? Everybody whiffing their fights. Ricky only trying to find a timing into Garage to wrap around.
And then he misses like 3.5 magazines.
Well, literally, makes a load of noise and gives up his position, then takes the fight and misses all of his bullets. It's just a mess, right? So, yeah, this has been an awkward start, to be honest, for both teams, but of course more so for Game Hunters, just on the sheer fact they've not been able to put a round down on the board yet. You pointed it out earlier, I pointed out again, Mello is very clearly head and shoulders above the rest in terms of the fragging ability. The only one that's really been able to draw on blood here. Yeah, this has been an awkward start. He's down to an AK here. Riccioli down to the Galil, but they'll still have a buyout. Max loss bonus will do them some favours. And that bomb plant in the last as well will add to that.
A sight on the agenda. Ninjas, though, finds 1, 2, could make it 3, but is going to need support very soon. The flashes make it hard to retaliate. But when all is said and done, the HP is much lower for Game Hunters. Vinabeast anticipates that they're going to try to come back from the smoke. ABR, nothing to his name. A single point of health. He's got the bomb, but he is a sneeze worth of damage away from death.
The bomb plant in itself with max loss will have some bearing, but yeah, with 1 HP, as you say, a sneeze, a harsh hiccup. A flashbang flying his way would finish him off. Timing is a little bit awkward for Vinabeast, but that won't chalk out. Yeah, that won't chalk out the idea that he's towards a single door. So there you go. Molly goes down. Flash will get on the angle. Tidy stuff. They'll be able to upgrade into a rifle here as well. They're actually delaying the defuse a little bit so we can go and grab one of those M4s or an AK on the upper bomb site. Yeah, good stuff. In fact, he's after the AWP. So, yeah, 6th on the board. Key Stars making really, really light work of this so far. And another round that's really chaotic in these sort of early trades. But ultimately, Key Stars are the ones that are able to just stay composed and close it out, whilst Game Hunters are still sort of scrambling around.
Too far ahead now. Just one round before it's not even a chance at making it even, Steven, at halftime. Game Hunters have nothing to show for it, which, you know what? It really sucks because they've gotten so close to round so many times. It's coming down to the 1v1s, the 1v2s, those close engagements. But Game Hunters haven't been able to put anything on the grand scoreboard. That's where it matters. And you can tell that those rounds have been close based on Keedstar's money. They're all under $2,000. They've always been biting down to the bone.
I think the thing is as well, with situations like this, when you're sort of beaten down constantly, you're losing those 1v1 situations, eventually that just plays on the confidence and the morale. And then, you know, you don't get so many more of those close scenarios. It's a decent little 1-for-1 outside, Leo.
He shouldn't have even gotten that.
Yeah, with the double swing.
And the fact that he wasn't even looking.
Well, yeah, it was a good reaction, wasn't it?
That's fair. Oh man, they're going to try and route their way to A, but problem is there's a couple players waiting. There's the AWP to set up the tripwire, and now they've got another player coming up from the vents. So Ninja should be able to take care of the final player. ABR, a good shot, sure. But they're circling around him like sharks. There it is. I don't know what to say, man. This is one of the most chaotic games I've casted.
And the fact that in all of this chaos, where round after round we're seeing opening duels go back and forth, and we're constantly boiling down to like these 3v3 situations, the fact that the scoreline is 7-0 is what makes that even crazier, doesn't it, really? Another one of these half buys out of Game Hunters, waiting for the money to come back their way, that loss bonus injection to allow the rifles again in the next, but ABR perhaps a little over-invested. He could be back to a Galil in the follow-up if he wants util. Rest of his teammates leaving enough juice in the box. LeoDuck sat in this smoke. The timing so far is impeccable. I'd like to get back on board with him. Yeah, there you go. 2 kills, confirms that the bomb's headed down secret. His teammates can start to go for the rotate. And look at this awareness as well, to know that one's late up on the silo. Lich is done with. And LeoDuck's 14-4. What a start this has been from him.
Yeah, it honestly looks like LeoDuck is smurfing. At this point, if I'm in the shoes of Game Hunters, I'm at least praying, or at least I'm wishing that I had the substitute play, so that I'd have an excuse.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. When you got no excuses like this, and Europa's firing on all cylinders.
Oh no.
It's the shortcomings of just about everybody else that's causing the demise here. Very, very messy once again, but eventually they get there. Venabeast is on the bomb in the nick of time. 8-0 Keyed Stars, keeping 4 alive. LeoDuck's in with another 3K, and you can just see, you know, rounds like this, he's still up against a hefty buy, right? He's still coming into a round where, you know, they've got a Galil, they've got Tech 9s and armor, a bit of util, and he's just running circles around them. He gets the perfect timing through the smoke outside, catches 2 going down secret, and then, as I say, just the awareness to anticipate the silo player. I'm not sure if he heard the jump up or whether that's just a read, but either way, really, really smart stuff, and it gives him another one.
Tactical pause, but I'm not really sure if tactics are to blame. Definitely been really messy. 2 players barely past the 0 kill point. PRT and Lich nowhere to be seen on the scoreboard. ABR's had a couple of decent shots. Mello started off the game really good, but then he slowed down. Cade Stars are looking like a completely different category of players, and this isn't the narrative we saw last time they went up against each other. It was close enough games where, okay, I mean, they were still convincing, sure, but it wasn't this level of domination. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, definitely not. I mean, finally, we might see something else here. This has been the first time that we've had an untraded man advantage from Game Hunters in quite a while. Consistently in rounds, they've been able to draw first blood, but it so often goes straight back the other way. Ricoli's view model is one that I am not fond of. But each to their own. Round number 9.
How do you feel about the idea of being able to see the player's settings?
I kind of like it. I think that it gives more of an understanding. You know, some of those situations, we sometimes see it on Nuke when you're coming out of heaven and your gun model like covers the player on site and things like that. It gives us more of an understanding of when that happens. Oh, Desh, that was close. Good info, though.
Oh, they're going to chase after him right after the molly. Desh surely sees it coming, right? No, never mind. Out of the frying pan into the flames.
Oh, look at
Ninjas. Oh, wow, what is going on here? This is the meat grinder. And Mello puts down Ninjas as he's on his way to the bottom site. LeoDuck waiting, though. Sees the bomb crossing over. Knows there's another one here. ABR has to get on bomb recovery and planting duties. And he has no idea where that final player is going to be coming in from. Quick tap of the bomb. ABR still waiting for something. Flash pops open the door. Is feeding him bullets, but doesn't quite make too many connections. Flashbang. ABR needs to commit. Yeah, he just had to commit to the bomb, right? And Flash now coming out, needs to land a headshot, tries to spam, but Game Hunters will finally put themselves on the board despite how messy it got.
Wow, I mean, it's a good round. I don't understand why Flash hasn't reloaded there. He had so much time to do so. Drops the flashbang, goes back, and then just sort of switches between his pistol and rifle a couple of times, and then recommits with a USP against an AK. I don't know if maybe he had some bad info that he was low, or maybe assumed that he'd done a few more tags through that smoke than he really had. But yeah, a decision that didn't really need to be made in that way. And it is one that's going to ultimately cost him the round. Either way, brilliant stuff from Mello to land that no-scope through the vents. If he doesn't, it's a very different scenario. Oh, Desh misses by a millimeter on that one. Oh no, and again, Mello. The AWPers.
He's just missing the openings. That's the issue.
Yeah, time and time again. It cost them this round. Seems like it shouldn't. All right, Desh is on save duty. It's kind of interesting how quickly their economy is just completely broken. You know, after 8 rounds in a row, you'd expect them to have a little bit more money. It's just a testament of how close so many of these rounds have come in terms of the numbers. But yeah, this has been a real roller coaster so far, I'll be honest. Some bizarre stuff. Back to the original point though, seeing their view models and stuff. Whilst it does feel a little bit sort of like ununiform, doesn't it? I like it. I think it gives us like a little bit of an insight in certain situations, and an understanding of, you know, if he doesn't see someone, that's because his gun on his view model was in the way and things like that. It also just lets me shit talk players that have weird view models. I enjoy
Fair
that.
enough.
Yeah. Oof, Dash. We're doing a little bit better than that. Riccioli will find it. Of course, don't want that second AWP, but it's important to get it out of enemy hands, especially when the money's looking bad for the CTs. So that's the side objective. It has been completed, and a second round on the board here for Game Hunters. So if they can take 2 more, an 8-4 half is very serviceable.
Yeah, you make that 4. You're right. It's recoverable beyond that point. And interestingly enough, Keystars recognize that this could be an issue, so they're going to go ahead and take the liberty to take a timeout. They're going to have to sit one out. They've never been able to have a clean round, so the money was always going to be up an issue. That's kind of a cool skin in the Thunderpick ad, I'm not going to lie. Like, those goggles with the blue outline.
Yeah, it's that tiny little bit of accent blue that makes it cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah.
Put it in the game. But yeah, it's a shame of the final, like, you know, after all of this hard work to pull away in the way that they have, the final couple of rounds of this half, which are arguably the most important, they do have to sit this one out. Molico, only the USPs, no util, no upgraded pistols, no nothing. They have to maintain $2,000 to buy into the next. Somehow, Ninjas has found the first kill with solely that pistol. It will be traded back out. They'll lose control of the A site, and Game Hunters undoubtedly will win this round. Keystars will play for a 9-3 half. It is one to be happy about on your CT side. Let's see if they can get there. They'll be feeling a little bit disappointed if this goes 8-4. Given that this is their opponent's map pick, they want that statement. They want the opportunity to just close out their opponent's pick, the chance at a 2-0. Okay.
Okay. That's allowed.
Yeah. Ricky only took a dink there. Lucky that the bomb wasn't further gone. Would have died to the explosion. Either way, final of the half. No AWP here for Keystars. I'm going to be honest, that probably does Dash some favours. He's been missing some really, really key shots so far this half. So, yeah, having a rifle and just that ability to shut down some of these faster plays from Game Hunters and arguably punish some of the missed shots from Mello as well. We've seen him miss a lot of those opening duels. And Dash hasn't been able to punish because he's also had an AWP and also been missing his shots. There's now that chance. He draws first blood. Lish gone first. And Ninjas will follow up with another.
Unfortunately, it looks like this round is just going to take us back to the narrative that we've been seeing so far. 9-3 for Keed Stars seems very, very reasonable. And Game Hunters this time around, I'm hoping that Mello can hit that opening duel. No one from Keed Stars actually showing their cards. And just from a technical perspective, this is just being played perfectly by Keed Stars. They've got a player all the way towards CT. Oh, might have been a crack at the defenses, but okay. Gonna get rushed, gonna get desperate. PRT trying to make his way out of the smoke. A singular kill is all he'll get for his troubles. Riccioli, position given up. As with 20 seconds on the clock, he's got the responsibility of finding kills, getting the bomb down, and that is not gonna happen. Keed Stars, nine rounds. More than enough to feel confident going into the next.
And put Dash on an M4 and he delivers for 4 kills. Really, really good round from him. Maybe should have put him down to that A1S a little bit sooner, but it was out of necessity for this final round. And it gives him that 9th. Now, absolutely paramount for the boys on Game Hunters to win the pistol. Try and follow up from it. It's going to be an uphill battle. Make something work here on their own map pick. This is a very undesirable position to be in. But a place that they find themselves regardless. Yeah, for Keed Stars, they just need to keep doing what they're doing, right? ODDIK's been fantastic from the start. Desh has had some good moments. Even though Vinabeast is down there on the lower end of the scoreboard, I actually think in a couple of moments he's really shone. He's had some really, really smart plays. I'll criticize Flash a little bit. I think that he's been that weakest link. That 1-versus-1 opportunity that he had earlier really fumbled by swapping out to the USP. Certainly opportunity to redeem himself. As we go into half number 2, Keed Stars on their T side. And as I say, just looking to keep this momentum going. They're the ones fired up. They're the ones with the confidence right now.
It's going to be so difficult for Mello to match the performance of the prime fraggers of Keed Stars.
I think that's kind of the issue as well, isn't it? It's only really Mello shooting back here on Game Hunters, whereas for Keed Stars, you've actually got 3 key players. You've got Ninjas, Dash, and ODDIK that have been putting up really good numbers. Mello going to look to dispatch of them all here as he finds the first head, and finally some of the other key pieces stepping up to the plate. Some big kills found. The Julie doing some big damage here on A. Flash can't connect the head, and ABR will just continue to jiggle out and drive by, dish out the bullets as it leaves it all down to Desh. Last man standing, P250 in hand, 24 points of health. Between life and death here. And a 4th round for Game Hunters. Riccioli will be the one to deliver the bad news. And yeah, okay,
yeah,
they hit that win condition.
The unfortunate thing for Game Hunters so far has been the fact that it is their own map pick, right? They cannot afford to be fumbling their map pick like that. But by a big stroke of luck and some really good shooting coming out of Game Hunters, they've been able to at least make a mark on the scoreboard in the second half. A good chance to convert it to maybe 5-6 rounds. This one should be a walk in the park for them as they're only up against Glocks. But this isn't the kind of configuration we saw from Keed Stars. They opted for a full riflery. They had their AWP completely step out of the door, just so you could save for later. But yeah, could be easy pickings. Desh trying to make his way to B. Could be really difficult for him to actually get the bomb down. And the fact that he decides to fight, probably the reason why he isn't able to. But back to the weapons, though. This is where it matters.
Yeah. Scary scenes ahead, to be honest, because a 9-3 half after losing the pistol can really get out of hand if you don't retake the reins on the buy round. And this is their opportunity to do so. Guns out. 4 AKs, a single Galil, a little bit of util to work with, and they're playing up against a bit of a bonus here as well. You've got 2 MP9s and a FAMAS on the other side of things. Lich looks to get aggressive. He's had a little bit of a slow game so far. 1 for 1 in the trophy room. Lich has done a lot of damage, and he doesn't overstay his welcome. I like that. Just pulls away, knowing that he's hit the dink. And even though the numbers are even, the HP is certainly not. Well-timed util as well. This is looking good for Game Hunters. It's been a good start to the round.
A good start to the round, yes. But more importantly, a good start to the half. Is Keydstars going to be running out of steam? That's the question. Game Hunters, ABR's waiting with the clothesline. Tries to be precise with the headshots, but is unable to connect. And now you've got 3 players from Keydstars sprawling around middle and outside. One down to Secret. Leodark wanting to keep a finger on the pulse towards A. The eventual progression will be towards that bottom side, but Leodark is just making sure their rotations are going to be hard to come by. In the meantime, though, Keystar is doing a good job. Starting to get the bomb down. Game Hunters still have to worry about that final lurk. They've got their work cut out for them.
This one just doesn't seem particularly winnable. Already pulling away, but the current weaponry in hand, you kind of want them to venture for something a little bit better here. There is an M4 in the corner, so an M4 and a FAMAS does go a little bit further. You can justify this save slightly more now. But it is going to put Keydstars right back in the driver's seat. A 10th round. They finally make things work here in the second half, and after losing the pistol, they make the rifles go their way. They were up against the bonus. You have got to remember, as I said before, there were 2 MP9s in the midst here, but still just recovered very nicely, keeping players alive as well, so establishing that T economy and building it a little bit further. Really, really important. Yeah, they're looking good to close this out now.
Not yet. Game Hunters. I want to see if they still have anything to say. But you're right. If they lose this round, it's going to be very likely that they barrel into economic collapse, and the last 2 are going to be easy for Keydstars to pick up. One of the final few chances for Game Hunters to make their mark. And Mello's going to kick things off good. He's largely been unsuccessful on the opening duels on the T side, but now looking a little bit better. Keydstars down to 4. Ramp the name of the game as PRT awaits them. Red carpet ready to be rolled out. Flashbang to go through with. PRT wants to still have a piece of this pie, and he sticks around and finds out a little too late. In the meantime, though, Mello's still thinning the numbers. Dash and Flash. I want to see if they can pull something off as just 2. Dash sees a player coming. Tries to chase him down. And with 30 seconds to go, their options are really limited, Josh.
Not the way that you want to follow up around like the last, to be honest, but yeah, limited options, and really Only one clear one in sight, which is get the hell out of there. Save those weapons for a rainy day. They will be able to buy around them in the next, kind of. I mean, they're not going to get lost bonus, so they won't be able to drop too much over, but the Ninjas will have enough to buy. That'll be 3 AKs out. Vinabeast can go down to Galil, and then I guess we'll just see the one Tech 9 or a Mac 10, perhaps. Decent stuff from Game Hunters, though. Handed the early openings on a bit of a silver platter, to be honest, but yeah, they've done well there.
This time a little bit more aggressive coming out from Keatstars. 3-player pushing in towards lobby. You've got 2 outside, just poking and prodding. The tiny gap in the smoke actually makes it really difficult for them to cross, but ABR still somehow misses the full mag, and everyone on Keatstars is still on 100.
Look at Ninjas, though. He's all the way down on the lower side. Of course, he's got to make noise before he can make anything happen here, but in the chaos of it all, if his teammates decide to emerge out from ramp, he could do exactly that and somewhat go unnoticed. Instead, he's going to go through the vents, try and cut them off as they inevitably rotate down off of the util. Perhaps are they overcooking this? I kind of like it. Sat in the lobby, sell a bit of a fake, hopefully pull a rotation off. If Ninjas gets a kill, then they'll secure it. Yeah, that's before damage. They should just be able to reset, no?
I don't know about that, Chief. 4v2, PRT, and ABR.
Oh my God,
they're trying to fight back. Leodart sees him. Oh no. Fumbles. No, he just drops the molly. That is... you're right. That's one of the more disgusting sequences of CS I've seen, but couldn't amount to much as Keatstars. They've gotten the bomb down.
I'm surprised. I'm not sure what the ruling is in terms of, you know, actually having to physically call for the pause after someone's disconnected. But when we saw that initial disconnect, it was just before damage was dealt, I believe. So maybe a small chance that we see... Nah, it's not going to happen, is it? Surely there's no chance we see a round replayed here. But it's maybe possible. There's clicks in the chat. I think we'll definitely be seeing a timeout after this round at the very least.
Yeah, definitely got to figure some things out, which, you know, this type of situation really sucks. And I know one of the responses that people have, like the general community has, is that they say, oh, well, you should let the teams figure it out. You know, if the team that got the advantage wants to be sportsmanlike, they can just reset the round. But I feel like that is something you should never put in the hands of teams. Like, it kind of puts teams in the awkward spot where they just have to be sportsmanlike. Like, even if they personally disagree with it, right? They just need to be sportsmanlike, or they need to do like what is perceived as sportsmanlike for the sake of optics.
Yeah, to either A, not be under fire, and B, even if, you know, you are, you know, you do have this this strong sportsmanlike attitude, it still doesn't take away from the fact that they've cooked a buy round, you know, and they come into it, they run the strat, and then they can't run it again. If it's a round restart, you've then got to come up with something else. And there's nothing to say that, you know, it's going to have the same outcome or whatever. So, yeah, I do think in those scenarios, you're right. That does just, you know, the rules have just got to be firm, and it kind of is what it is. And it's your own responsibility if you end up, you know, disconnecting or crashing or whatever. And yeah, it's always a little bit awkward, but it's yeah, sort of how it is, I guess. We have got confirmation there's not going to be a restart of the round. That's not going to happen. So yeah, it is 11-6 as it stands, and we may be a little while seeing Lich get back in. So you think we should throw over to a little break for a couple of minutes?
I think so.
All right then, folks. We'll be back in 2-3 minutes time. As soon as we're ready to get back into the game, we'll jump back in. Don't go too far. We'll be as soon as we can.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live once again with Keedstars versus Game Hunter. Quick update. Everything seems to be okay now, but Game Hunter's on a 2-round long leash. Oh, wow, that's good. Wow, Lich gets away with a double. That leash might not be damning just yet.
After having disconnected and, you know, spent the last 5 minutes scrambling to get back into the game after his connection issues, that is definitely one way to re-enter the server, right? Desh does exactly the same. 2 beautiful kills, and the adjustment for the second, clinical. Puts it back into a 2v2. Mello low on health and with an orb, and Riccioli is kind of miles away. Mello's outside here with him, so Keedstars have got loads of room to maneuver, but they don't quite realize it yet. They're still worried about every nook and cranny up on the upper bottom side of this map. Riccioli's quick enough. He'll be able to get him from behind with this for Mass. Leodark still just unsuspecting in lobby. This is a very weird round. And yeah, we will see him get backstabbed. So Desh, despite the fact that, you know, they knew he was here ages ago with the bomb, still just sat on B expecting some company that isn't coming. And eventually he'll tap in those digits and play the 1v2.
Kind of a doable 1v2. That's Desh with the first. Oh, no. Walks right into Mello. And I think if he plays that a little bit more patiently, it'd be hard for Mello to find a kill there. But Game Hunters will continue to persevere. And they've been doing it in a way where Keedstars are still not quite in the clear, you know? It's not like they've gotten to the point where overtime is guaranteed.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, the bomb plant will give a little bit of extra cash. Desh with a couple of kills there too is going to buy around it. So, yeah, we'll see another investment. Okay, couple of AKs, couple of Galils. Villa Beast just down to that Desert Eagle. He has been the weakest link in the fragging department, so the one demoted down to the weaker weapon only makes sense. Over on the other side, an expensive round of the last. So for Game Hunters, they're also down to $0. I think that's sort of part of the justification here for the Keedstars rebuy. Working on the basis, yeah, if we can make this work, we break the opponent's money and it's smooth sailing to the finish line. They don't, however. Game Hunters can really close this gap. Wall of smoke's outside. No one's going to try and blow it open. There's 2 on the other side of it. Spams are good. PRT can't quite finish off his meal. He'll have another stab at it. Riccioli's down on the lower side of things. Wow, it's a lot of damage being dealt. They will make it through.
Yeah, the little bait and switch setup actually works out beautifully. Lich managing to get another beat based off of that, and now that Keedstars have been put into the ground, it's also a chance for Game Hunters to now start building up a little bit of momentum, because Keedstars are going to have to wait before they can make themselves relevant again. 9 rounds, pretty much guaranteed. And I'd like to remind you that this is off of the back of what? Was that like 6-1, 7-1 lead?
It was 8-0.
I don't even remember.
8-0.
Was it 8-0?
Yep, 8-0.
Yeah, sorry, my brain was just starting to clock out.
Yeah, kind of wild, isn't it, that we are now in a competitive game that is about to go 11-9 after how this started. I mean, there's no sort of right or wrong answer in that last round as to whether or not Keedstars should have gone for the buy, but in hindsight, it obviously was the wrong answer. It just felt a little bit stagnant that round, didn't it? Sort of throwing the wall of smokes, walking down to the secret, but in the meantime being spammed. You've got the outside player and the heaven player that's confirmed that there's multiple of you going down secret, and you still, you know, once you take that contact, don't speed things up at all. So you end up just sort of walking down into this crossfire on the lower bomb site, and yeah, just nothing went their way in that last round, did it? And that's sort of reflected in the buy right here. So full eco for the 20th. Game Hunters will get a 9th. It's just right into the blender of the A bomb site. Any damage is good damage here, and well, they'll get a couple of kills. No bomb plant, but it's something.
Interestingly enough, it's not like Heatstars are going to be able to buy up even after that. Like, they could have. They could have definitely furnished AK-47 and stuff, but I like the fact that they're going to take their foot off the gas, try and make sure that they can have all the bells and whistles. Lich, he's been performing incredibly well now all of a sudden. I know one of the conversations we were having was that it was only Mello showing up on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
That doesn't hold true anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he's still playing well, isn't he? But, yeah, he's been able to slow down a little bit. And a couple of boys pick up the slack in his absence. Lich, who was playing, you know, going into this second half, right, when he disconnected, he was on 5 kills. He came back into the game. He got a double kill, pushed himself to 7. Now he's sat on 13. These last 2 rounds have been really fruitful for him. He looks to add to that tally further as just 1 round separate these 2 teams. And it's going to be a bye round for Keedstars. If they lose it, there's no money to follow up. Game Hunters lose it. There's still plenty of cash to contest and try and play for overtime.
Yeah, despite the 0 and 8 start, there's a very real possibility, and in fact, even a slight probability, I would say, that Game Hunters end this one with a W.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be looking pretty optimistically at the prospect of a 13-11 victory here on their map pick. This one's actually closed up to be a lot closer than I was expecting. As you say, after the 8-0, I thought we were pretty chalked here for a faster start to this series. Flashbang into Garage. ODDIK clearing his corners. There is one directly behind him, but separated by a wall. And actually, we'll see ABR kind of dial it back a little bit. He's going to go all the way down into the CT spawn. Just play the crossfire with Heaven. Run down the clock. Why not? There's 40 seconds left. There's a lot of pressure now here on Keedstars. Whilst they've got lots of map control, there's nothing they can do with it until they find a kill. Oh, and there you go. Contact made. Oh, that's an important fight, and he's lost it. The 4v4. And look at this, 20 seconds. Where do you go from here? Ninjas is kind of down on B, but not really.
He needs to find the opening kill immediately. I mean, the bomb is trailing behind. They're going to have about 7 seconds on the clock by the time it's within planning territory. ODDIK really needs to commit. The bomb is now down. They're quickly trying to get on it, but there's already Mello on the case. And it doesn't matter what they do now. Game Hunters win the round off of the timer expiring.
Mello is absolutely exceptional there. I mean, it has to be said, Keedstars fumble around like no one's business there at the end, right? The fact that, yeah, as I say, they just take so long taking map control, and then it hits the 25-second mark, and they just start panicking. It's not going to win you rounds. But the way that Mello goes about that, right, is just so calm and collected on that lower site with the AWP. He catches the bomb on the initial cross and then instantly repositions, knowing that the second player is going to come out and he's going to try and plant safe in the corner. He's ready for that cross and he hits that shot. Of course, doesn't allow the opportunity. Tied up at 11. The Keedstars money is a little bit awkward because we saw players without loss bonus in that last round, so having to force around it. They are still on the rifles here, but yeah, absolutely a must-win round. They don't, it'll be overtime or bust. Game Hunter's still with a fair bit in the tank.
Oh my, APR once again. For Keedstars to fumble after starting 8-0. This actually really sets up the momentum nicely for Game Hunters going into the next map. They'll also have the half advantage. But maybe Keedstars can still turn their fate around. 13-11, still a very real possibility if they can play everything to perfection. PRT, though, even a singular kill could throw a massive wrench in the works of Keedstars. Trying to play this very carefully. Doesn't want to show himself till the better end. Is going to get caught by Flash, though. Dash putting that sniper to good use. And despite Game Hunter's best efforts, suddenly Keedstars might be back in. And never mind, APR. Another kill collected. And it's a 3v3. that they need to try and fight off. Leo Dark whittling down the numbers a bit. ABR's quite low. Dash, so keeping Game Hunters at bay. They're losing members left and right. And Cade Stars have pushed off what seemed like the inevitable, Josh.
Oh, wow. After all of this, we might actually still see Cade Stars take it their way. Now, the one saving grace here for the Game Hunters is that throughout this comeback, they've built up quite a bank, so plenty of money to reinvest and have another go. Try and extend play here, take us to overtime on map 1. But it has to be said, Cade Stars felt like they cracked the code there, finally. They found the answer. The magic recipe. They just got to cook it up again. Still in the corner for the cross smokes. Faster play. Towards Squeaky and Hart, but Vinabeast won't commit. He's just looking to catch out an aggressor. Riccioli around the corner. But now just very, very patient. No one wants to be the man to make the first mistake. 30 seconds burnt on the clock, and Cade Stars looking like they're teeing themselves up for an AXX here.
Very real chance that they close at 13 and 11. Vinabeast, great opening. Riccioli, though, could still be delaying it. No, Vinabeast, who's been mostly quiet, will get a double. And despite Game Hunter's best efforts, despite coming all the way back from an 8-round deficit in the first half, it is all going to fall down to the shoulders of Mello, who has to try and digest the rock that is a 1v4. Trying to make that op work, and it simply won't. Cade Stars outlast Game Hunters, and will be going to the second map with a W for Cade Stars.
Well, I don't even really know how to paint this one, to be honest. You can sort of say they felt like the deserved team. They got off to a fantastic start, and yeah, they did look a little bit better for the most part, right? But when they moved over to that T side, they had their struggles. They definitely had their struggles. And yeah, I think they did exceptionally well at the end there to just close it out. That's their opponent's map pick taken as well, so definitely the advantage now in the series. Whether or not they can get it done in 2 bites is really the question for me.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten, at the end of the day, right, like, Cade Stars did end up winning the opponent map pick, and it might have looked really sloppy, it looked really messy. They, whatever the hell happened in between the 0-8 and the victory, I don't even want to talk about it, but going into the next map, at least it's going to be a sigh of relief for them, and definitely a lot of frustration for Game Hunters. That being said, though, it's going to be a little while before we get to map 2, so we'll take a short break, and we'll see you after it. Welcome back, everybody. Going live now with Keedstars versus Game Hunters. Map 2 in the cards. And honestly, that little blip on Keedstars' side of the grand scoreboard, it feels a little undeserved with how they barely scraped into the second map with their heads held high. But here we are. Game Hunters definitely feeling a little hard done with their comeback being denied. And now they've got to do it on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, there's a couple of layers to this, isn't there? Because you sort of look at this and say, yeah, they've beat their opponents on the opponent's map pick, and now they should be teed up for a 2-0. But honestly, the Nuke win felt like a bit of a bust. They've picked into Dust 2. They've had a rough time on it recently. They actually played it in their opening matchup here as well against Flamengo. They lost it. They also picked into it there. And Game Hunters have had some pretty good success here recently against some pretty good teams as well. So I think this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle. We'll see where it goes. But for now, the pistol round, an important one. And Keedstars do have the man advantage and a bit of room to maneuver here in the tunnels.
Oh, wow. Very sloppy duel over towards middle. But now it's a 4-on-2. ABR doesn't even have much HP to work with. Might be able to get something, yes, but should be largely inconsequential. As soon as they find out where PRT is, they can just go somewhere else, but it's not even going to come down to it. Keedstars, great start. Now, if you're Game Hunters, you got to be at least a tad bit worried. A 2-0 is what Keedstars are looking for, and they might have fumbled a bit on Nuke. But at the end of the day, they were able to limp past the finish line. Isn't it crazy that those last couple of rounds are just the difference between whether or not Game Hunters have a whole another map as a chance to come back?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? I mean, there's no real way around it. It's just the nature of, you know, best of 3 Counter-Strike. But it does feel pretty cruel, doesn't it? That, yeah, their lifeline, their tournament life here pretty much rides on, yeah, those 1 or 2 rounds towards the tail end of Nuke. Now things get real tricky. As I say, they've had some decent success on Dust 2 as of recent, so I'm not going to count them out of this completely. However, still does feel tough. Yeah, Duck.
I was thinking about it the other day, like, isn't it? Hang on. Gonna have to hold that thought for a moment. We're still hopeful the Game Hunters can do something a little unorthodox here, but yeah. Shouldn't be too hard for them to actually get this bomb down and take control of the A site, and it's very likely that once Game Hunters realize what the jig is, they're just gonna try and bunker down on B and take these weapons into the next one. Might as well give yourselves another chance. Never mind. You're trying to go for it. They don't have a kit, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, there's a really, really short fuse on this round, and without the weaponry and the util, this gets real tricky. Can't play range, flash. He's got the crossfire with Vinabeast. He only has to peek after the contact's been made. Vinabeast seems pretty keen on trying to catch them.
No, they still end up saving, so that wasn't even the worst.
I mean, if they don't overface here, there you go. So, I mean, they will get away with the weapons. It felt like a bit of a risk to kind of have a little dip at the end there, didn't it? But, as you say, they'll get away with the weapons, so no harm, no foul, I guess.
Okay, so the random rambling I was about to go off into was that, isn't it crazy how CS doesn't have a mechanic where a single shot decides either of the winners? Like, if you're right next to the finish line, right? The final shot can either decide whether or not you go to a tie or whether or not the other team wins. But there's never a position where a single fight could lead to either team winning. It's either tie or a win. It's not like, oh, we specifically lost that entire game because of that one particular shot, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And in the same light, you also just, like, can't kill each other which is something I've always found really odd.
Yeah, I mean, by the nature of how ticks work, right? It should be possible, but yeah, it isn't, is it?
That's what I think. That's what people don't. Something that people argue in favor of, like having sub ticks, is like you theoretically have like infinite ticks, but giving human beings the ability to have an infinite degree of exactness on a game is actually not a good idea, because there's a reason why fighting games are on a fixed frame rate. It's because you want it to be like actionable by human beings, right? You want things to be parryable and stuff like that. But while we're on that little tangent, Game Hunters, they've parried this round on their own as well. Still could be fumbled. Oh, Leodar, good collection, and yeah, this has been reeled right back in by Canids.
A shot. It's Mellow down by himself. Not a lot to save here. They'll be on the buy in the next anyway, so he'll have a go with the scout. And I thought he was dead to rights. He emerges through that smoke. Hits a ridiculous shot. Leodar stays on the angle. Just manages to catch the kill before being blinded. That definitely could have got messy. But yeah, work done. Third on the board. Comes a little close for comfort, but they'll get it over the line. 3-0.
Vinabe's really good couple of collections. And I've got to remind you, you didn't have a very hot start to the previous game. What the hell is he doing? But yeah, towards the end, Vinabe's actually recovered quite nicely on Nuke. Want to see if he can carry any of that momentum onto Dust 2. And unfortunately, by the looks of things, it feels a bit like Game Hunters might be going down the same path that they did on the first map. Is it a little too early to call it? Sure, but the writing is starting to appear on the wall.
Tiptoeing through mid then. 35 seconds. Dash. Ooh. Did he see Lidge? He's definitely seen him now. Good little adjustment. It did feel like he maybe saw the edge of a barrel or something. Still the trade from Riccioli. So they've got a little bit of fight left in them with 20 seconds left. It is only going to be PRT on the B-bomb site to defend. And they know now that this is the full commitment. PRT's got the weight of the world on his shoulders and only ends up with one. Good damage onto the second. Ninjas will trade it. It leaves it somewhat palatable for Riccioli to clutch this one up, but still 2 to find. He's got the kit, but no util. 48 HP and an M4 swings out. Goes for the pre-fire. Ninjas is there and flashes on the cross regardless. So another comfortable round here for Canids. That one comes a little bit closer, but he's still going to be a fourth.
Unfortunately, a pretty atrocious start considering that Game Hunters are on the advantageous side. And it does feel like Canids are going to be the team going forward to fight Flamengo if things keep rolling out in the same fashion.
Yeah, Doc. We're going to try and initiate some contact here, Game Hunters. Gone for a half buy. They've still got money in the bank, and with the max loss bonus, there will be a full investment in the next, but aggression into the B tons. Good pop flash.
Oh,
very, very nicely done. Off of the back of that info, though, they should just be sending it into A here.
yeah, Mello could still be a problem here, though. If he can hit a couple of shots, that's good. Ugh. Got too hopeful. Beast puts Mello down, and there's only one member remaining on long, and he's got nothing but a measly pistol, and that pistol's gonna pay dividends. Lich takes one down. He's gonna be able to recover a weapon off the back of it, too. Two players stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Dash, he's got his gun full auto, and he's gonna empty his mag before he runs into a real fight, and Game Hunters will be able to leverage that to bring their first round on the board. Definitely an awkward way to do it, but it's a round regardless.
An unlikely one to be winning as well. I think Keed Stars will be kicking themselves a little bit that they don't just group up there. They allow themselves to lose such an unfortunate round, I guess you call it. They come back into this with whatever weaponry they can. They know that they'll have minimum loss, but this is horrible. 2 AKs, a Galil, a Deagle, and a Tech 9. Very spread out here. Just like a solo push out along. Dry with no util through the smoke. Ninjas. No trade potential. This is getting really sloppy. That's one of the rifles gone as well. Game Hunters kind of in pole position to claw this back now, I feel.
Last time things started getting awkward for Keed Stars, it was a lot later into the game. This time around, the Leodark is going to permeate through middle. Riccioli stops two right in their tracks. Beast and Desh. They're going to be forced to try and take their efforts towards the B bomb side. PRT already waiting with his AK-47. Now flashbang to try to get a better peek going. Get stuck in between two players, and suddenly this is kind of doable. Quick peek from window. No, that gets away with murder. And that's two down, but there still needs to be two more on the chopping block. There's the commitment to the bomb. They're going to go right in. Flashbang misses, but Lich has his crosshair right, and Dash will go down.
Yeah, pole position. There you go. I think we are going to see this one tie up. I mean, Keed Stars with the bomb plant. And where does that put you, right? Because you... Oh, God, they're forcing again? Is that really where it's going to put them? Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it, but fair enough. They managed to get onto the site last time around. They got a plant. They brought it down to a somewhat winnable position, so I'll cut them a little bit of slack, but it does feel weird. What is the plan here?
It's called a good time.
All right. I'm for it. I'm here. I'm present.
They might actually be able to get an opening into B with the little shoulder peeks that PRT is putting out. Oh, he sees one. Gonna try and stop them. Not sure if he spotted the bomb, though. He just sees the side of the elbow. Not sure if that would show up as the bomb on the radar. But in the meantime, though, T-Star's trying to cook something up towards A. They're bringing all of their resources here. The bomb's gonna rotate from all the way from T-Spawn. With 30 seconds, now they don't want to overcook this. They're getting ready for a run boost. Oh no, they fall right off. Flash, what the hell is going on? This is such an underbaked and half-cooked round from Keydstars. They force and then they fumble around. Another run boost that gets caught. And all those acrobatics lead to a single round. That might have actually been the worst round I've watched this year.
You could kind of see it brewing as well, right? So much time being passed, this sort of indecision. Well, I was very confident we were going to go 4-3, and then this would be the Keystars buy round, but they've been so sort of, I don't know, hasty on these buys. It's been very strange. They found themselves in this position where, yeah, now they've got no cash. It's going to go 4-4. They'll have a full buy in the next, but this has felt anything but convincing over these last couple of rounds.
This has just been an abysmal showing as soon as Game Hunters have turned up to the plate. And now Keydstars will be able to buy up again. I do expect them to have a better showing on the advantageous side. Sure, like when they go on over to the CT, I think they're going to be a little bit better. But this is still a very disjointed T side that's relying on some weird individual things to work out. I think they recognize that as well. They're taking a timeout, maybe trying to iron some things out. But honestly, like, just by the looks of the firepower and by the way the individuals are playing, it feels like Game Hunters are now showing us the same caliber of play that was coming through on Nuke when they had the comeback going. T-side was also the issue for Keydstars Nuke. I think it might just be about getting a serviceable number of rounds here.
Mallow. Tipped in with a sniper. Ooh. Can't quite connect. Going to be Ricky Oli instead to draw that first. Flash follows up. Put it back into a 4-on-4 quite quickly. It's ABR just around the corner. Keydstars will group up. They'll waltz their way into this A site where the orbs drop down, make things a little bit harder for himself as he gets up onto the boxes. Timing could get the better of him.
Oh.
Instead, it works pretty perfectly for Mallow. He might get an opportunity for a second here as well. Connects the shot.
Wow, that's good.
Looks to follow up. Oh my, that would have been something special. Eventually traded back, but leaves it down to ODDIK. Barrels up from long. He's got time to work with. But no cigar. It's a good round back from Game Hunters. And honestly, exceptional work being done there by Mallow.
Yeah, he gets the 3-piece there, and it suddenly turns into a highlight, but I do feel like that was already a good enough highlight. He somehow threads the needle on short in between 3 players. He's able to find the first, and then it's such a difficult shot to hit on the fadeaway as well when you're trying to connect the AWP onto the short player. finishes him off with the Tech 9. Game Hunters. I don't think we've ever actually seen them in the lead. Blitz going to be overwhelmed. And that's an M4 recovered. There's also a couple sets of Kevlar to go around, so might be able to toss that one over. But if Leodark can intercept the mid player, maybe we can talk. Oh no, they've abandoned the B-bomb site. There's already a couple of players. PRT, can he keep them at bay? Smoke's good. P250 fails. No, they're not even going to let them get the bomb down. That's such good work. ABR and PRT, the 2 3-letter names doing some heavy lifting. And Keedstars, where they thought they would have full control of B, it's not going to work out. Leodark still leading the charge for his side of the team. Going 9 and 7, even in such a sloppy game. It's not going to be enough. 3 kills to Fine. He's being spotted through the doors. He's got to be extra cautious. He's the elbow. And now they know exactly where he is.
Still narrowly misses the shot, but second time around, Canids and Game Hunters are now the ones in the driver's seat. They're just looking that little bit better, aren't they? It's finding their form. It's clawing this back. Remember, they were 4-0 down. They found that momentum. It's looked really good. She'll blow the smoke open. Nobody's home. Mello will confirm that. It's still a full buy on the other side.
Feeling a little lost. I can't help but feel like Keedstars' T side is a bit under-rehearsed. And this time they're going to be throwing something that is more akin to standard play. Throwing out an execute. Flashbang to go with it. Flash getting stuck in the first duel. Oh no, PRT misses a massive opportunity to shut them down. Had the position to get at least a double, but he'll get away with nothing at all. Flashbang to try and assist him into it. Mello finds Dash. Flash trying to still be a problem, but found by ABR. Window control's been given up, and Leodark responds with some bullets. Half points are felt on both the CT side members. Somebody has to commit to the bomb, and they'll walk right in. Mello with a no-scope headshot onto Vinabeast, and I'm not sure how the hell Game Hunters are getting away with this.
Yeah, truly getting away with murder, and clearly a map that is just, well, ripe for the taking, I guess, let's call it. One that Keedstars seem a little underprepared for, despite the fact that it's their pick. Final of the half, Keedstars will come in with whatever buy they can, but... oof, a shot lich.
Once again, man, Mello's going to be a completely different beast. And right now, Keedstars are thanking their, well, lucky stars that they're able to close out that first map, because it doesn't feel like map 2 is going to be anything like it.
Yeah, this has been nearly 8 rounds on the bounce here. At least it's about to be 8 rounds on the bounce here. For the side of Game Hunters, unless ODDIK's got something to say about it. Okay, man. Ooh, yeah, just wiped out by the sniper. Yeah, very, very comfortable stuff. So, there you go. 8-4. Exceptional work being done. That's 8 in a row after going 4-0 down. And yeah, it's got to be said that Melo's been a huge part of that. He's been playing pretty incredibly, but it's not a solo effort. It's not a solo effort at all. He's got a supporting act around him, and yeah, they're all pulling their weight quite nicely.
It's very interesting to see Game Hunters just be a completely different team, but I honestly don't want to make any calls until we see how they're going to be on the offense. And interestingly enough, some of the impact from Game Hunters is actually disguised. We ended up seeing ABR and PRT get a couple of really important rounds. PRT had that solo hold earlier on B. They had a really nice impact round where they clutched on the B side 2v2. So, or rather, it was Melo. But regardless, I've seen those 2 3-letter names pop up on the kill feed enough times in difficult rounds where it's a little hard to tell how impactful they've been just based off of the kills. So, Canids, they've got quite some work to do. Even ODDIK barely breaking even. The firepower's definitely been lacking on the terrorist side. Now, I want to see what they do when they put on that blue uniform. At least Cade have built up enough of a scoreline to keep themselves alive, I will say.
Yeah.
But this is a pistol round that is super duper important.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to remind you that Game Hunters also relied on the pistol round to come back. So maybe we can see something similar from Cade, but a B-side hit is what they're starting to cook up.
All stacked up outside. I quite like this setup, actually, from the CTs. You've got 2 on the site itself, and then a 3rd on a fast rotation.
Also, the short player can just jump right into tunnel. It's going to take like 5 seconds for him to become a part of the action. Here comes the util, though. Now they're going to want to go right in. Flash needs to at least hit a couple of shots. At least buy the goalie some time. And Dash refuses to let go of Mouse 1. And Flash has enough support coming in. In the meantime, a couple more rotations starting to pour through. They don't want to straight up push into B. They recognize that by now the rotations must have already been made, so they try and reroute their efforts towards A. I mean, still, there's a chance. I mean, it's a slim chance, but nothing too significant. Riccioli, how low he is a single tap away. Doesn't even have quite the one-shot weapon.
He'll just be the info man here. He's going to send himself out. I mean, he's the one with the bomb, which is a little bit worrying. I think he should maybe do a bit of a switcheroo, but yeah, send it out, clear the corners, get the info. It'd be awkward if his teammate dies first, but there you go. Vinabeast, who's trying to sort of dance around the boxes, overthinks it a little bit. Needed to just...
This is doable now.
Isolate the first fight. And yeah, you're right. The bomb planted. It's now a good position for Melo. I mean, he has got a Glock and he's playing range, which is a little bit awkward, but it's a nice shot from ODDIK. Now they have to work out how to go about this. They've got a kit on ninjas. He could just full stick this, to be honest. Head down, full stick.
There's not enough of a body block, though, is there?
I think so. I think there should be a Glock at this range. Even, yeah, there's no chance. There's absolutely no chance. Even with a sightline onto him, what, you got to put 9 bullets into him? Okay, he was half HP, so well, half that number, but still. Not going to happen. Good pistol round from Canids. I really like the early setup.
Game Hunters, of course, with the fact that they're able to do a significant amount of damage, they'll now be in an awkward position where they might want to go for the bomb plant, for the buy-up. Galil's and some supporting cast is what they've opted for. But you already know that it's very easy to let your economy snowball out of control. You lose this round, big chance that Canids can just straight up get the 7th and the 8th. I want to see how they play this one, though. Based on where the utility is being lined up, it is going to be something a little more B-heavy, maybe? No. Instead, they're trying to go exploring towards tunnels. Vinabeast finds the perfect timing to back off, has a decent idea where they might be coming. Or maybe not. This might be a decent enough ruse on long that they start rotating over, and that could mean that Desh is caught out. Yes, he is. Caught by the Tech 9, and now they've got access to middle and B.
Like this. Be a very awkward way to go down, but Hanks the Dink still delivers the bullets for the MP9. And now that's just got to be ABR and PRT to send it into B, and of course, inevitably into the waiting arms of the MP9. Sprayed down, dealt with, no trouble. An 8-6. Canids Stars snapping at their opponent's heels once again. They are back in the picture here. In position to maybe give us a competitive map and even close out this series. They can keep this going. We'll have a little bit of a freebie in this one. We actually saw them lose a very awkward round in the first half, which then sort of snowballed into them not winning another round after that, right? So they have got to be careful in these situations, but so far, so good, keeping a lid on things. Dash doubles up with the MP9.
It is a very risky way of playing things, but as long as they can clean up the kills, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. I will say that it has mostly been the terrorist side that has been an issue for both teams. We saw that happen on the first map. It happened to Keystars again. But this is where we're most likely seeing the equalizer. And I can't wait to see whether or not Game Hunters have something that they've cooked up on the T side of Dust 2, because Keystars looked completely lost. One of the more disjointed T sides I've seen, and in terms of individual rounds, that one with the running boost and all that pizzazz on long might have actually been the worst round I've seen in a while.
Look at this. Vinabeast. Waiting for his moment to pounce. He'll do exactly that. Knows that there's a second there as well, but also fears the Deagle a little bit, so calls in for some reinforcements, and there you go. Going to be another comfortable one going the way of the boys on Canids Stars. They'll take a 7th. They'll just creep up behind Game Hunters, and now they're in sort of touching distance, aren't they? They'll give them a little tap on the shoulder and say, peekaboo. We're right behind you. You've got to start running. These Game Hunters have got the weapons to do exactly that. 4 AKs and AWP. Dash trying to play around this smoke. Knows that there was a sniper in place. I think he went for the pot shot through the doors. Of course, the scary man on the other side of it. Mellow. Player that's pretty much doubling his kill count right now. Only cause for concern if you Dash. Oh, yeah, there you go. Even them that blows the smoke open.
Game Hunters already look a little bit more calculated than what we saw from Cade. Sending a couple players out towards middle, 3 getting ready to pounce on long, but problem is they might actually be meeting their match if they decide to commit on A. This 4-man commitment could be big. Oh, there's a footstep. The call should have already been made. Refrag not available. They're going to try and send 2 players back, but this is a really good setup. Leo Dark starts to come in. There's an AWP setup to try and support. Flashbang to go through. Flash, immediate reaction off the back of it. And the fact that he can't clean Lich up as he's backing off means that now he has to try and play the 1v2. PRT's already in position, but he's going to fumble. No, he doesn't. Instead, it's Flash to miss his words, and it's Game Hunters with a 9th.
It's actually around with such thin margins there. The supporting util on long was brilliant. And yeah, as you say, if he finishes his meal with that fight that should have been a bit of a freebie. Yeah, initially the flashbang comes in to deny the AWP the trade. The second one comes in to actually find the kill onto the AWP. But yeah, if Flash doesn't fumble that second gunfight, then he's the one with all the leverage. It's a 1v1, he's got the HP advantage, and he's got the bomb down long tunnels, so he can just maneuver around it. But losing out on that fight makes that 100 times harder. They will still have a bye here, knowing that they did a fair bit of damage to the Game Hunters economy in the last as well. They have a decent idea that there isn't too much in play. We saw them darting towards the AWP that was dropped on Carve. They didn't find it, so it's just the rifles and Lich the first to fall. Desh still with the sniper out. But if it's the first killing blow. Found some important MP9 kills in those follow-up rounds after the pistol. That's why there's the extra cash in the bank for him. In a minute now. They've got the man advantage. Ooh.
Wow, that is such a sloppy way for Ninjas to be letting AP opened up. Dash is going to be in between a rock and a hard place. He doesn't really have too much support. Leo Dark's all the way on the A site. Now the util's going to start flowing in. He's mollied out of his position, but he needs to get at least one before he's picked off. Does he have a chance at a second? No, APR finds him. Mello does some more work, and with the way Keatstars are playing, it seems very likely that map 3 is on the agenda. No money after this. Game Hunters looking like a much more well-oiled machine on the terrorist side. Much better offensive capabilities than what we saw from Cade.
So it's going to be 10 for Game Hunters. And yeah, just another one that crumbles, right? Feels like a good start when he dashes AWP connect. Gives them the man advantage. It's just a horrible gunfight on long, isn't it? Dropping the smoke, hearing them play through it. And he's run through it dry as well. So there's not even any excuse there for Ninjas to lose that gunfight. It's just poor mechanics. He sat 6 and 13. He's heard him running through the smoke. He's got the advantage because he's holding the smoke and he's not been flashed off the angle. And he somehow just whiffs the bullets. Yeah, here we go. 10-7. There's really not a lot to work with here for Keatstars besides that save Galil.
Game Hunters do a lot without many resources. We had a round where they kept 3 players alive as they got a pick. But Game Hunters aren't making to allow some 11 rounds on the cusp. And it's crazy to think that there's a world where Game Hunters could have actually closed this game out 2-0. Realistically, the final hurrah for Cade Stars before they're pushed on to map 3 to fight for dear life. Remember, tournament elimination on the line. And a chance to go through, play against Flamengo. Get that second qualification spot. 9Z, of course, having been the first team to already have made it through.
Well, let's take a fair bit of damage early here, but the CT smoke. Just slower stuff from Game Hunters. I think they've learned that this sort of slow burner approach is working a lot better against Cade Stars, who, even when they find the early advantage, so often just... I don't know if it's sort of miscommunication. I think sometimes it really is, to be honest. You think back to that round where, you know, they lost the gunfight on long, and then the site player was then pincered from short, and it just feels like that communication does break down a little bit. Yeah, they're quite happy to just play this slower approach, wait to see if Cade Stars make a mistake, and if they don't, then when they go for their execution, the time pressure's on, Cade Stars start making those mistakes. Stacked up into the B tunnels, though. It does seem like this is going to be B execution with 30 seconds left. They haven't really got time to go for anything else, so now going for a heavy commitment here, throwing all their eggs into one basket. Flash has got a very good position. Wow.
It really feels like Game Hunters are looking to run them over. A desperate effort from Leodark to try and get closer, but he'll be shut out. 4 players still alive and kicking for Game Hunters, so this needs to be near flawless, and Melo's already going to find the first weak link. Ninjas goes down, Desh only able to good for 1, and Riccioli will have the last laugh. So Game Hunters, just a single round away from taking us to map 3.
It's been pretty poor from Cade Stars. We didn't quite get to see the scenario there on the B side. I'm not sure if he was mollied out or something. Maybe we will get to see it now. Okay, he was mollied. Fair enough. Fair enough to Flash. I was going to say how they've gone for a 15-second exec, and, you know, there's 2 on the site, and they've not found a single kill on the entry is just ridiculous, especially with Flash's position. But it does actually seem like the fundamentals there from Game Hunters were pretty bang on the money. They molly the corner. The flashes are brilliant, and yeah, fair play to them. They made that work very well. Good util usage on long, though. That's where Cade Stars have thrived when it's come to their utility. Has yielded them the early fight. So, rifle upgrade. Still, the rest on a much weaker weaponry, but a man advantage with 1:30 on this clock. As he tries to maneuver around the top of this smoke, Mellow just can't connect the pot shots. Cade Stars might be able to prolong play here.
I mean, there's obviously a really good little play from Cade Stars if they can hold their trigger. Oh, wow, Leodark, he's going to get a double. He's instantly traded off, and they're not going to expect Flash. The second push should be completely unprecedented. I mean, Cade Stars just have to take this one at a time. Flash is a really good bit of nuisance from behind, and they should be able to get this just based off of the flanks alone, but I'm not really sure how long this type of play is going to carry them. Okay, 1 round at a time.
Yeah.
One step until you climb the full staircase. It's 4 rounds to go, sure. The Cade Stars have previously proven that they can be the better team, so denying a map with only 4 rounds, not exactly impossible, but improbable with how good Game Hunters have been looking.
This has been a game as well that's sort of come in bursts, hasn't it? Remember, we saw Keed Stars go 8-0 up on Nuke, and then they come back game, and we went the distance. We saw them go 4-0 up here, and then Game Hunters brought it all the way back to 8 in a row for the half. It wouldn't be, out of the question whatsoever to see another 4 rounds on the bounce here. But we'll see. We will see. Round number 21, just on the horizon. Kind of all or nothing here for Keed Stars. They've got the bigger guns in hand. Arguably, I don't think that's going to do them all too many favours. Not that you buy anything other than the big guns here, but it doesn't feel like the firepower's really been the problem for them so far. It's more so been everything else that goes with it. It was the MP9s that gave them that maneuverability and sort of, there's nothing to lose attitude of let's just stack up long and play aggro. Once again, Game Hunters just chipping away at map control. Keed Stars, terrified of losing B, have now got 3 on the bomb site, leaving everything else very vulnerable.
Does feel a bit overcooked, you're right.
Oh, it's definitely overcooked. 3 B. 3 actually on B on a buy round like this.
This is about as much as you can shiver in your boots.
Yeah.
In a game of CS. Ninjas, though, relying on a solitary Molotov to carry them, is going to blow it a little bit early on, and now they're going to quickly start to realize that there should be a push coming through on B. There's no attention on A. Sorry, the other way around. Ninjas sees him coming. Molly to nip at his feet. ODDIK is going to give up exactly where he is. Now it's going to have to be a perfect 2-man defense. Dash starts to chip away at them. And they're down to just 3 members. They've got 9 seconds, so they need to play this to perfection. Venombeast is trying to be an issue, but they should be able to get the bomb down. Aim isn't looking the best, and PRT with a triple has shut them down entirely. Leo Dark has to carry this round on his back, fumbles. And very quickly, Game Hunters will have the last laugh. A 13-8 finish after being pummeled on the first map. We're going to map 3, Josh. Welcome back, everybody. Map 3 underway as we kick things off. Keyd Stars on the CT side and Game Hunters on the T. Keyd Stars elected to go for the CT after winning the knife. And it's going to be a hard and fast-paced B-site hit by the looks of things. Lich up close and personal with the duel. He did have a teammate to help him out, but he's only good for the single with the dueling with the double dragons. 3v3 now. Flash going forward. ABR is his only victim. But so much damage has been inflicted the other way.
What to do here? Man advantage doesn't last long. Mellow returns it back into a 2v2, and it's going to be Beast and Ninjas, who are still alive, but haven't had a taste of blood in this round yet. They've just been sort of present, but not active. And it all falls onto the shoulders of Ninjas, the man who had a miserable second map. And that will not change here in the pistol for the third. A lovely shot from PRT, a great retake from Game Hunters, and it is going to be the first going their way here on this decider of Ancient. And I'll sort of stick on that topic a little bit because I didn't get the chance to talk about it at the end of the last game. Ninjas had a terrible, terrible second map. And not just in terms of the numbers he was putting up, but if you actually watch some of the gunfights, and I think the last round really epitomized it, just how he was just wildly off the mark. Yeah, wildly off the mark. And after a few kills in the opening 4 rounds, just went completely silent throughout the rest of the game. It really needs to wake up here. He was a key piece on map 1. He really needs to wake up and yeah, bring something more to the table here as we go to this decider, because their tournament life is on the line. You don't want to get reverse sweat. Lose this map and you're out of the competition. Gonna be back 10. Oh god, 2 for 1.
I mean, they shouldn't have any trouble getting the bomb down, but holding on to it, that's a completely different story. Oh, Leo Dark, look at that. Beautiful couple of collections. And now Lich is left hanging out to dry.
Yeah, 4K on for the ace here as well. I don't think he'll be the one to get it. Should be Desh's Gallo. There you go, finishing off the job. But yeah, much better round. Much better round from Keyd Stars. It does come out of Leo Dark. He was the one sort of putting up the big numbers and doing a lot of the lifting early on Nuke as well. So, yeah, it's important for him to step up here and give us a little bit of something. But tying it up at 1 apiece. That 4-spy conversion working nicely after getting the pistol in the first. Yeah, looking good. Looking good. Game Hunters back in with a buy, of course. They'll be on double eco otherwise. So they'll throw whatever they can at this one. But not particularly high hopes.
Yeah, Game Hunter's probably feeling a little bit hard done that they can't convert after winning the pistol. Again, Leo Dark has just been the prime force that has been keeping his team alive. So many instances. The Game Hunters could actually still turn this round around. PRT has an AK-47 to his name. He also has a full set of armor. Oh no, they're gonna get a drop on the bomb planter. Dash has players circling around him like sharks. There's only a single member remaining now. Leo Dark, he knows exactly where the bomb is. He's got the lineup, so it'll be really hard to stick. You know, Leo Dark is a little off center. And somehow, he's still gonna be able to nail Mellow.
Surely not. ABR doesn't have a kit as well, so he's actually got a bit of time here. Oh. What a decent go at that. Gotta give him credit where it's due. It is gonna be
yeah, he didn't really have too many options. A 1v3, he can get the first flare off the bomb, sure, like that's good enough, but I mean, that's good enough to say that you gave it an honest crack, but not good enough to find the round. So, Game Hunters right back into the swing of things, and unfortunately for Keyd Stars, it does put their money in an awkward position. Now, you've got about $2,000 to $3,000. You're in that weird territory where you can buy Galils, you can maybe still furnish a decent showing. but it's very likely that they just buy down to 2,000 with a couple of Tech 9s, some armor. We'll see, though. Early time effort from Keed.
Just when it felt like they had that breathing room, though. You know, after winning that second round, you kind of assume you're in the clear. They get beaten down by the pistols. 2 players down alive for Game Hunters as well. So chance to sort of carry through 2 rifles, the 2 AKs as well. Does allow them to not build up the economy all too much, but have a much stronger buy here as they go up against the Eco. They've given up the A site for free. Heat Stars are a little bit slow to the party, so they're not going to recognise that just yet. Now they'll start to realise smoke's going to go down. They'll get the plant at the very least. And it does feel like against the full Eco, Game Hunters didn't necessarily have to give up the bomb plant here, but they will. And I think the mission is just about getting this done as cleanly as possible. Leo cannot connect to the P250. Mello gives him a little bit of a 180. And that's going to be Game Hunters taking their third. That one was supposed to be quite routine, and it was. They did so without any casualties, just allowing that plant. This is where we get into the meat of things. Round number 5, where finally both teams are going to be on full buy. We can start to see some true action.
It's going to be a pretty crazy recovery from Game Hunters. If you contrast the entirety of the best of 3 series with how they started this game, because Nuke was a 0-8 affair for them to kick things off. So the mental fortitude to come right back into it currently deserves some commendation. PRT, good collection, double kill actually. And unfortunately, the player on the receiving end is Ninjas, who had an atrocious game in the previous one. PRT, wow, he just keeps doing more, tries to fish for the quad, but will be found by Flash. Here's the peek. Another kill from Flash coming through, so still not quite the win in this little tug of war. Oh, and I want to see if they can still negotiate this 2v3. Oh no, Desh is gone. Now Flash has to play for 3 different kills. Flashbang to try and come closer. And Lich isn't going to let go of the trigger.
Just praying for a little bit of space there, isn't he? He doesn't get it. Really, really good stuff. Game Hunters just keep pulling away. They're looking a little bit better here. And I'll be honest, right? I would much prefer to see this Game Hunters Flamengo. Because remember, whoever wins this game goes into the decider match against Flamengo straight after this, right? And I think I would rather see the Game Hunters Flamengo match than a rematch between Keed Stars. Because we all know what happened last time. You know, Keed Stars, they got 2-0'd. They didn't really bring us too much. Game Hunters had a horrible opening game where they had to play against one of the highest seeded teams in the tournament, right? And yeah, I think just something a little bit fresher, a new contender for Flamengo would be more entertaining, perhaps. We'll see. A 5th round surely on the horizon, unable to deny the plant, and in spamming, puts a target on his back for Flash to spam back. So 4v4, Mello makes sure that's not the case for much longer. Does need to be careful here. He's got no teammate to support him. If they do decide to wrap around, I mean, they're literally one peek away from just a free kill onto the sniper. Mello decides to turn around.
I mean, the fact that they have a smoke instantly ends any chances that they had. Vinabe's trying to close the distance, but surely he's going to be losing his life in just a moment.
I'd really like to see what that looked like from Mello's point of view, because when he found that kill, that was like a full 180. But I don't know whether that was intuition or whether he actually took contact. And the Tech 9 obviously can't connect the head from the back, so then he spun around. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, by the looks of things, he took a couple of tags to the back and then yeah, gave it the reaction shot. He's been on it. He's been absolutely on it today. Tops the scoreboard by miles, actually, throughout the series so far. He's rocking a 1.5 rating. He's playing out of his mind, and no one can really match his freak here on the server. And whilst in a game like this, you know, him and PRT are pulling all the strings. ABR hasn't found a kill yet. They're still looking like the better team here on Ancient.
Yeah, it's honestly just a monster performance from PRT to kick things off. He's really been taking the bull by the horns. Oh no, ABR certainly gets to find his first kill, maybe even a second? No.
An awkward whiff there, actually. But yeah, it's really cool to see PRT popping off. He's going 14-3 right now, and he's actually had a pretty weak series. Map 1 and 2.
I was
total.
worried. I was worried that it was going to be an all-mellow show for the Game Hunters, because he's generally been the big fragger for them.
Yeah.
But I really do appreciate that PRT is popping off. 14-3 is a big scoreline to have. 45 seconds on the clock. Keed with full control of Fate. Might actually have to get a little bit deeper before they can feel confident punching those digits in. But a smoke does make things a little bit easier. PRT getting close. Oh no, as soon as he's done with the bomb, Dash is going to fall. And Ninjas tries to play the trigger discipline, but he's found by PRT. Not the kill, but at least his position is known. Mellow.
You've got to fancy Mellow's chances
no.
at this. Ooh. That's a shame. That bullet felt close.
Yeah.
It's an important clutch from Ninjas, though. A player that has had a really, really poor series. It was something I was going to sort of touch upon on the Game Hunter side. Things have been very consistent. Whilst PRT has sort of found himself at the bottom of the scoreboard for the map 1 and 2, redeeming himself here puts it almost dead even. Everyone's rocking above a 1 rating. But yeah, on the other side, it's very top heavy. Leodark and Desh have been fantastic, and everyone else has been really bad. And Ninjas especially, I think, going into map 2, but he's stepped up well on this third. I'm happy to see it. He's pulled off the clutch there. It looked a little bit worrying when he played for the trigger discipline and almost got turned on, but he gets away with it, keeps his cool. Keed Stars are back in the picture. I think the difference between a 5-2 and a 6-1 scoreline is actually pretty hefty. And they'll be well aware of that.
After mostly an abysmal showing, I can't wait to see if he have some fight left in him. Very slow round coming in from Keed Stars. Just trying to go exploring on middle. Previously, they've had quite some resistance from PRT, who was getting multis upon multis, especially towards middle. But this time, it's mostly abandoned. A different style of pacing from Game Hunters, where now they're just playing close to the bomb sites. A progression into middle will slowly allow them to pace towards the bomb site, but Game Hunters have lost their first member, which makes this game, or makes this round, ripe for the taking.
You know, Leo taking some room here in the donut as well. Timing's really key here, actually, because ABR's coming to join from Temple. You've got PRT aggressive in main. If he wins his fight, or even just stays hidden from Flash, this could be pretty huge. So there you go. Contact made. ABR gets himself a freebie. Doesn't overstay his welcome. He's going to tuck himself back. Flash from the support. The rotation flash from CT is absolutely perfect. Flash's timing is even better, though. That's brilliant. Riccioli walking through the smoke dry is just, I don't know, a lost traveler. And, well, Lich has to go and save. But it felt like the cogs were turning a little bit there, and then they all just seized up.
Yeah, a bit weird that ABR is able to get a kill there at all, because if he gets a little bit of support there then from the CT player while they're focused on him, then perhaps the round could have been salvaged. But it's a good recovery, a good resurgence on the scoreboard by Keed. And it also means that Game Hunters are going to have to dip soon, because they don't have any money.
This is how quickly we see games of Counter-Strike flip on their head, right? Game Hunters were undoubtedly looking like the better team here at the start of Ancient, but you lose an awkward round off of, you know, just a very, very close affair. You make the slightly wrong call and give Keydstars a little bit too much room there in Donut. And just like that, your money's gone and the score goes with it. Full eco here, it'll go 5-4, Keydstars. Snapping at their heels, and you can see we're talking about this being a legacy organization, one that has been absent from the Counter-Strike scene for a few years now. I don't know how that is not a kill. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, all I could see was a piece of the CT. Like, there.
How is that not? That is insane.
I think there's a little bit of inaccuracy there. I don't know. Like, I'm just coping. Okay.
I think it's full cope, because the only way it does that damage is if it's like through the box or the door, but it didn't look like that at all. I'd love a replay of it. But yeah, you see the stickers. You see the stickers on the red line. That's what I'm alluding to. Look at it. Look at that. AK red line, the Keydstars stickers on it. Legendary, back from 2015 when they had a very different roster. One with a lot of weight behind it. Yeah, it's nice to see these legendary brands back. I'm a big fan of it.
Game Hunters might actually lose their grip here. And it does still feel a bit more like this is... Oh, wow, what am I watching? Ninjas goes all the way through in middle with his util out. I mean, I get the sentiment behind wanting to beat them towards Donut, but... Yeah, we're not talking about that. First that one under the rug.
It's sort of working on this basis that they've been given a lot of space in mid in the past, so inherently, you know, I'm going to get it again. It's just wishful thinking. It's a good trade back, though. PRT. Tries to be that first point of contact. The flash doesn't blind Beast, and he's able to find a headshot as a result. Desh's ult won't connect, and it'll be confirmation that there is that sniper behind the big box. Flash trying to peek into Donut. Mellows there to deal the damage. There's the smoke on the bomb. They'll tap it. The spams will come through, and this is just brilliant.
Oh,
Leo does that by himself. 1v4. Ooh, if he finishes off ABR there.
No,
there's maybe a one. I don't think there's time. Oh, wow.
Oh, it was on 0.0.
That is a real shame. Mello was already getting out of there. He knew. He knew that one was a lost cause, but the rest of their team was still biting their nails, thinking maybe.
That looked really close. I'm not actually sure. I think the HUD caught me off guard a little bit. That was just a bomb timer, but the actual bar that shows how much they've progressed into the defuse was actually very close as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't even think about it, you know, when... there's kind of no excuse for it as well, because they had the smoke on the bomb very early. They had the man advantage very early. And it wasn't like there was a spam that got the initial diffuser off or anything. So there's kind of no excuse for them to have run out of time there, which is a bit of a shame. So a real missed opportunity from Game Hunters. And with how the money is now reflected off of the back of it, I mean, you've still got Mello on that sniper, but outside of that, it's very, very weak. And losing that round might come back to bite them. They're saving a little bit of cash to go into the final of the half. I think that's wise. But realistically, right now playing for a 6-6.
Yeah, if Game Hunters want to still pull ahead, they're going to be heavily relying on Mello. What the hell? How does he get away with that P250 kill? But all still okay in the Keydstars camp. Mello's trying to creep into cave just to try and find that little bit of timing that'll allow him to escape. Doesn't actually. Sticks around to find out. Has a sliver of a chance in the round, but yeah. Found by Flash in an instant. And despite PRT being on 16 kills, despite Mellow being on 12, a powerhouse performance coming in from 2 different players, Game Hunters still aren't pulling ahead.
It feels like a bit of a... Even if they take a 6th round here, it's a shallow victory, isn't it? After going 5-1 up, 6-6 at the halfway point, really doesn't cut it. All of the momentum is in favor of Keed right now, despite Leodark falling early. Good start from ABR and PRT. And how does Ninjas not see that? I mean, we switched to him very last minute, so we don't really get the context of the situation, but Riccioli somehow just sneaks up on him, and that's the drop. Unbelievable. Blink and you miss it. 20 seconds into the round, and he'd have taken 3 casualties. Game Hunters know how to respond with a bang. Needed this a little bit sooner. A little bit earlier. Riccioli will be dealt with, but yeah, there's just too many pieces in place to defend that bomb. It is going to be 6-6 at the halfway point, so dead even as we move into the second half of our third and final map in our elimination game. It doesn't get any closer than this, does it?
Yeah, it really doesn't. But I think you and I are both in the same boat in the sense that heading into the next match, regardless of which team goes up against Flamengo, obviously they're not as favored. They've already been beaten once. Keystars has already been beaten once. But instead of us wanting to see the rematch, I think Game Hunters have looked like the slightly more cohesive team. And I feel like that would be a more fitting way to get to the decider. But if Keystars can do it now, more power to them. It does feel a little weird, though, that we're still seeing a 6-6 despite them fumbling hard on Nuke. Despite what happened in the previous map. Like, there's a very real possibility that the team that makes it through doesn't even have more rounds in total.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always a very real chance, isn't it? But the reality that is being faced with it right now. Z, of course, breezing through the group. Winner of this will go straight into a game against Flamengo. Z aside, that I actually completely forgot. You know, they have Adam S playing for them at the moment. Just like a really bizarre Adam S. You remember him from Nexus? And then he went to Movistar. Yeah. The Romanian kid who's like absolutely cracked. He's on 9Z.
Very cool.
He made a move, yeah.
How does that work language-wise?
I am not sure. I was also thinking this. They have another European on the team as well, Martinez, who also used to play for Movistar. He is also on this roster. But he speaks Spanish, right? And then, you know, you've got an Argentinian and a Chilean.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Oh, that's just going to be big.
Oh yeah.
Huge.
He's farming. Oh, can he get a couple more crops? I think so.
That's huge.
Definitely a solid way to be opening things. And by the time... I mean, now that Keystars are on the CT, I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Game Hunters. If I'm not wrong, Keystars were the one that won the knife round and then elected to play T first. So it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds now that they're on the CT. Technical pause, though, going to be a little while before we get right into the action. I didn't see a disconnect or anything, so not really sure why we've taken the technical pause. We should be getting word. Okay, so apparently players have packet loss. We're just trying to figure that out.
That's an occupational hazard of late night South American games, isn't it? Fairly routine. We know how to fix it. Don't worry. We fixed in a flash. No stress. A really good start for Keed, though. Yeah, just the Jawlies going crazy, right? Deshu's had a little bit of a quiet third map, but a very loud series. Pops off quite nicely. What's the buy going to look like here for Game Hunters? Because without the plant, you kind of expect them to eco here, but Riccioli's jumped in with a Tech 9 armor. So either he sells this and he's just trolling us, or they actually go for a force, which is quite a bold commitment. I'm kind of waiting for one other person to buy to be the indicator.
Can we please finally put commentator 1v1 up as a feature?
Yeah, please. Especially for the South American games. I think it has to be done.
Okay. For some reason, the producer just decided to punch me in the face because he hates me. But we're live, so that's good.
He doesn't. It's tough love. Keep me on your toes.
I think that's called an abusive relationship, Josh.
Oh, no.
Oh, Leotard, chainsaw against the trees, against the eco.
I'm glad it was an eco, though. That Riccioli Tech 9 buy worried me a little bit. And, yeah, I'm glad that it was sold and that they go for the full eco and that they can now try and buy it back with a decent buy here. So they'll come out with some rifles. Riccioli on the Galil, rest with the AKs. It's back out of middle again, the mollies. Look at how has he maneuvered around the Molotov like that? Desh is just not expecting it whatsoever. He's thinking there's no way anyone could have crept up close to the molly. There's just this weird little gap where you can tiptoe on the sideline of it.
Oh no, there's some team damage thrown in there.
Oh god, a team kill, even worse.
Yeah, just Leo Dark remaining. He can probably feel the body heat from the players close to the bomb site. I mean, that's eventually where they're going to plant, so he might have a shot at it. But by the time they start to cook something up, he'll already have rotated all the way over. Probably not expecting him to be towards A main. I mean, didn't he throw a smoke? I think they do expect him, but they probably are expecting him to circle all the way around, and that's exactly what PRT is ready for. There's the swing. That is Leo in the ground. So, Game Hunters, not quite willing to let go of this yet. And Keed have been put right back on an eco.
Yeah, this is a map that you just know is going the distance. Has to be an eco. Well, no, actually. No, it's double eco here for Keed Stars. They kind of have to force. They're going to jump in with whatever they can. So 2M4, some upgraded pistols. If they can't make this work, then they will actually lose the lead, which is a little bit concerning. I think Game Hunters have generally looked like the better team here on Ancient. I think they've had some unlucky moments, and that can definitely be seen by the kill disparity on the server. You've got PRT popping off. You've got multiple players on double digits, whilst on the other side, despite the fact that Keyed Stars have got the round count, they are lacking in that department a little bit. It feels like Riccioli's sort of the bottleneck here for Game Hunters a little bit. Yeah, EBR still hungry. All the way through the red rope. Timing is impeccable. He doesn't know it yet, but they've just crossed. And if he wants to try and wrap around, frankly, to either of these bomb sites, but especially A, it'd be nice and easy. Smoke's been deployed. Venabeast. That will actually alert him. I don't think that smoke really does them any favors. Then alerts that second rotation to what the game plan is. There's now 3 on A. This could get messy.
Oh, there's a kill from Flash. Desh just making very quick work of them with just the pistols, and somehow Keyed have gotten away with murder.
Yeah, there you go. There's that mess I was talking about. I really don't think that smoke did them any favors. And it's one of those hindsight things, right? It's not something that you can objectively say that was the wrong thing to do, because, of course, if you're wrapping A, normally you need that smoke. But I think just sort of identifying the buy and knowing that Keyed were going to be on pistols and it wasn't like an AWP was going to be holding it or something like that. Yeah, they could have sort of had that element of surprise, and they would have had that element of surprise. It was only when the rotation smoke came in that we saw that moment of realization of, they're trying to wrap through CT. That's what we saw Venabeast get back on that angle, have that early warning call. He went 1 for 1. He did a lot of damage and gave the info to his teammates to stay put, stay tucked. They're all coming in for the CT spawn. 9-7. It's a massive round to win. They're now 4 away from the finish line.
Which is a really scary prospect, because Keyed have not been playing the most exceptional Counter-Strike that you would expect at this point in the tournament.
I think that's sugarcoating it a little bit. I think it's just not been very good, to be honest. I think there's been lots of mistakes. I think there's been, lots of very sort of questionable moments. And yeah, I mean, if they can lock in and get it over the line, then fair play to them. Do what you got to do. But yeah, this has not been a game that they've been in control of at all. It feels like just a scrap to the finish line. Pulling each other's hair. Stepping on each other's shoelaces. Who gets there first? Mello and ABR, 2 massive opening kills. Game Hunters with the 2-man advantage. They're not going to press off of the mid-space just yet. They've got loads of room, time to work with. There's no reason. Oh, Riccioli. It's a good trade, though.
Problem is, Game Hunters, they're going to the one bomb site that has the last 2 players. Desh has found 1. They're going to keep pushing it here. But Desh is trying to preemptively rotate. At least gives off the audio cue that he's rotating away, but overcooks it a little bit, and they've actually made their way to B already.
Yeah.
It's a nice swing round, don't get me wrong, in the previous one, but if they can't capitalize off of it, then they're just back to square one. They are back in a position where Game Hunters can take advantage of their eco.
It's really difficult for Desh as well. I mean, again, there's no right answer in this situation. I think, he's trying to play the mind games, fake the rotate and whatnot. But yeah, the second that he's wrong and they go B, there's just no justification to play for this. He's got an AWP and a flashbang. Okay, he's got the kit. Okay, he's got the Kevlar and helmet, but it's just not the weapon to be playing a 2v1 with, not with the money looking the way it does. So got to try and just get out of it. Does miss the shot. This is now a little bit awkward because they're chasing after him. We're going to press all too hard. Lich is already low. So yeah, it is just going to go 9-8. Keyed Stars will have an AWP and maybe a bit of money to buy around it. Again, the swing round's great, but it pushes them back onto double eco. So it kind of hurts the money more than anything else. and gives Game Hunters an opportunity to not just tie up the scoreline, but actually take it their way at a crucial moment in the game. So, yeah, once again, they need to cause a bit of a ruckus with the pistols.
Oh, Beast had a chance to get more than just a one, and they're walking into a very potent bomb site. Leo Dark, another kill on the tally, and this is going very much like the swing round we saw a little while earlier. If they try and quickly book it all the way to A, there's already Desh in the backlines waiting with his AWP, and he might even be able to sneak into A main, just give himself a little bit more cover to recede into if he misses his first opportunity. Here it comes. All about hitting that first shot as they move forward. They're telegraphing their play quite heavily. Dash missing a big opening, but he does have a Molotov to stop them. As they're focusing on him, Flash is going to peek out. 5-7 to shut one down. PRT, 1-on-2. Leo Dark and Dash both defined. 45 seconds. He does have the bomb, so he can still rotate over, and the B site is going to be pretty damn clean.
It was the last round, but the other way. And well, Dash is on a pretty slow rotation. So Leodart's kind of in position and ready to go, but saying to his teammate, all right, I'll wait for you. They're kind of worried that PRT's pressed up long. Yeah, this is well played. It's just well played. Leodart walks up, finds the kill. No need for his teammate there. You had to stay dead silence. You were sort of worried that PRT had gone just about anywhere at that point, but yeah, it's nice and calm. This is nice and calm as well. Just saying, yeah, I'm gonna go venturing for that AWP. You've got a kit, so hit by the bomb once I'm close enough to it. Get on that defuse. Just gives Desh that sniper, that opening extra advantage. And Keed Stars have done it twice now. If Game Hunters lose this game, they've got to accept full responsibility for the fact that the opportunities were there. 2 rounds now against the low buys, against the pistols and the SMGs that they've lost.
Not only do they have opportunities on Ancient, we can draw it all the way back to Nuke and see how they fumbled an opportunity to close this entire game out in 2 bites. They looked like a very formidable force by the time they started to make a comeback happen, but just didn't leave themselves enough margin for error. Towards the tail end of that, sorry, yeah, towards the start of that game. Game Hunters, though, just going to try and white knuckle it. Brute force into B. They will get the space there, but starting to lose players as they progress further in. Leo Dark a little bit disconnected from the action. He'll be hot on the rotate, so for now it's a 4v4 until they start moving in. They do have to get a bit of a head start, though. Here comes the utility. Smoke to reduce the number of angles they have to deal with. They try and push forward with just a flashbang, but Beast is someone they've not checked for, and that gamble doesn't pay off for Game Hunters. They try and get super aggro, but it just doesn't work.
Look at the money for them as well. Sort of stressing. Okay, hang on a minute. That's a Galil. Yeah, it's something for sure, right? But I was stressing the fact that, yeah, they had those opportunities. They lost twice against the pistols, but the impact that it not only has on the round count, but actually their money as well. It's just absolutely heartbreaking, isn't it? You see Game Hunters just losing control at the worst of moments. We'll see a Keed Stars pause here. Somewhat unnecessary given the fact they're going to be up against what is effectively an eco, but they won't necessarily know that. Maybe that's partially what the pause is about. Try and work out your opponent's money, work out what they're going to call as a result. Game Hunters well aware they've got to do this on hard mode. Realistically, give up a 12th round to Keed Stars, then play for 4 in a row to take us to OT. Yeah, not a pretty sight.
Full responsibility and nothing below it. Game Hunters, they have fumbled the bag in an astronomical way. When you've got a player like PRT who started off 14-3, you should not have this scoreline.
Yeah, it's certainly not PRT's fault, I'll be honest, but he has slowed down a little bit. The rest of the team not really picked it up in his absence. I think Riccioli has been the weakest link in this game, no doubt, at least for this map. Had some awkward moments. He's been tested on many occasions and not passed that stress test. ABR, good start. LeoDark, wow. He only ends up with a 1, but you see how fast that snap was on the 180. Does a fair bit of damage onto the elbow player. It's a 4v3, but you can barely see it. ABR's down to 2 points of health. And 13 right on the horizon here for Keed, surely. As we've both agreed before, it's... Well, you can't call it an undeserved victory, but you certainly can't call it a comfortable one either. This has been a true scrap. A brawl. But one that may be about to come to a close. Mello does find one more kill. In fact, what is that? Maybe? How does he get away with a second there? We're back to a 2v2 here.
I mean, we are, but APR and Mello, they're so low that it's seeming a little bit unlikely. This AWP needs to be played to perfection by Mello. I know he's bailed him out of so many situations, but... Wait a minute.
No.
They don't even try it? That's disappointing.
What? Is the damage onto ABR unconfirmed? I think some of it came from the shelf spam into elbow, so maybe they don't know he's on 2 HP.
I mean, sure, but a 2v2, man. Like,
yeah.
Personally, I really don't like it when teams won't take that kind of risk, especially because they do have enough money coming in the next round to at least have some weaponry. But it does make sense if you look at it in sort of like a longevity way, where you want to make sure that these two players can still buy up entirely because everybody else had enough money for weaponry plus utility, but these two didn't if they die. So it's not the worst in terms of being a little bit more calculated, but it's not the most cavalier of plays either. I like it when players take risks.
The fact they just let Mello get away with his shenanigans as well. He found 2 ridiculous kills to actually get them that space on the A-bomb site in the first place. And there's no burning desire to return the favor, but maybe the calculated approach was the right one. They move into round number 22. They find both the opening kills. And not just that, it's on to the 2 hardest hitters as well. Mello and PRT wiped out of the server. And it's on to the remaining trio. Riccioli, Lich, ABR. Try and pick up the pieces and recover this sinking round. Ninjas on the jiggle. Does see the shadow. That's his cue to drop the smoke. Just picked up the sniper. Not really seen any opportunity to watch him on that AWP so far, but not one that he'll stick with for too long. Swaps back out to the rifle as they are going to try and re-progress onto B. Keed have got everybody in place. 3-man crossfire. A triangle defense that's surely impenetrable. With the flash over the top. Oh, Ninjas doesn't even commit. That is just sloppy again. What is this?
Couple of big missed opportunities. Vinabe's going to get chased down by a nade. It's a 5v3 that ends up being fumbled. It's a nice Molotov, though. Ushers Lich into the warm embrace of LeoDark. There's a nice shot from Riccioli. Double kill from him is going to keep delaying what seemed like the inevitable before. And just like that, Keed stars, money gone. So they don't go for the 2v2. They totally fumble the 5v3.
I'm going to address the elephant in the room. This was unbelievably terrible. Like, what? I'll give credit to the entry. It's good. It's making the most of the fact that we see just miserable whiffs on the bomb site, right? But you've got a 2-man advantage. You've got a perfect setup. Your teammate has thrown a perfect flash. You peek into ramp. 2 of them are full blind. And you kind of fumble around and panic. You don't actually commit to a fight. You fall back onto the off angle. And then when they swing, you whiff. Oh, man. And then even when that first prong dies and the site player swings from the pillar for the trade, he whiffs as well. It's so bad. Everything crumbles on the B site, and I don't know how you write it. I just don't know how you write it. For Keedstars, it's actually looking like overtime becomes a real prospect after that. 2 rounds now, which are a 2v2 that's very winnable. They decided not to go for it. We have a 2-man advantage, but they have a 5v3, and they completely choke it. And now, for the penultimate round of regulation, they've got no money to work with. They have found the early advantage, but it's onto the only weapon that's in play here, that MP9. And Leo, trying to take matters into his own hands, does find 2. That is the absolute most you can ask for in that scenario. But I still don't think the hopes of this round are too high. We're getting a 12-11 here for Az.
Maybe Dash can still be a nuisance, but that is about the extent of what I expect. You're already quick to take him down. Ninja's probably spotted. Never mind. Just a matter of him walking into crosshairs now, though. And there it is. Is this... Does someone on Game Hunters have their birthday today? Because I feel like Keedstars have gifted them quite a few rounds.
That's the whole thing. I think that's kind of the epitome of this game, right? We've seen such a ridiculous amount of mistakes, gifted rounds, and yeah, just, you know, whilst whoever wins here is the deserved winner, right? And if Keedstars close it out and we go 13-11, then, you know, kudos for gritting your teeth together and getting it across the finish line. I don't feel like this has been a confident performance from them at all. I actually think this has been really sloppy. The fact that they almost choked Nuke is crazy. The fact that they've almost choked here on Ancient as well, and they might still... It's just completely nuts. PRT trying to keep him alive. He's found himself his 24th kill. He's starting to pick it up a little bit here towards the end as well. Top fragger on the server.
I mean, as much as I want to say that Keedstars are dropping the ball, right? Game Hunters have also lost so many swing rounds to Keedstars. Like, some of these rounds, I cannot believe what I'm watching.
Yeah, it's all part of it. Part of the South American CS experience. Scrappy
in the Big 25, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Venabees ends this here, right? Feel like he's got the right idea.
I don't know.
As long as Ninjas can deal with the cave player, which he won't because of how much he's been fumbling, Venabees can end it.
No,
oh, there it is. Really good kill there. Ninjas getting caught in between 2 angles, and very labored fight there.
Wow.
But Keedstars once again, right as they're up against the ropes, right as they're about to fumble the bag, they're able to get the job done. 13-11. That was something.
Yeah, something is one way of putting it, isn't it? Really, really wild game. I mean, kudos again. I feel like we were sort of saying the formalities for a little while now, because there was multiple occasions where it felt like they were going to close it out. Kudos for just, you know, getting it across the line at the end there. But yeah, a victory that I think Keedstars are going to feel a little bit shallow about. and knowing that they have to then go into immediately go into another series against a team that they lost to yesterday, and they lost quite badly to yesterday. It was 2-0. Yeah, both matches, I think it was like 13-7, 13-10 or something like that. This is going to be a hard game. And knowing that they're not really at their best here. Yeah, I don't have masses of confidence. But yeah, I mean, there is something to be said for the fact that they're warmed up and maybe they can sort of fix some of those mistakes on the fly and go into this next series with something a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, that was we already had a conversation about how it's likely that the team that ends up winning doesn't even have more rounds in totality, and that does actually end up being the case. But regardless, a loss is a loss. Game Hunters probably feeling a little frustrated about that one, and going into the rematch now, Cade Stars against Flamengo. It's hard to see a world where if they keep playing like this, it's not just going to be the same outcome again. But maybe they've gotten all the fumbles out of their system now, Josh. Is that the flavor of copium we're going for?
Yeah, I think so. I think we have to. I mean, I'd be surprised if that's the case, but yeah, at least they're warmed up, right? I expect Flamengo to take this one, but since their match yesterday, maybe Cade Stars have sort of watched that demo back and tried to patch some of those holes. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. That being said, though, it's going to be a little while before we go live with the next game of the day. Flamengo versus Cade Stars is going to be a fun one to watch. I mean, I know the Counter-Strike has been a little bit sloppy, but yeah, that chaos is what we've been thriving in. We'll see you after a break, and we'll take you through that final.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to figure out who is going all the way through to the qualifications. It was a very messy match between Keydstars and Game Hunters, which probably doesn't inspire a lot of confidence to viewers who might be rooting for Keydstars after, frankly, a bit of a shit show that we ended up watching. But Flamengo versus Keedstar is going to be somewhat of an equalizer, right? If that was a bad game, it's a chance for Keedstars to, potentially prove that that game was a one-off or it was a fluke of bad incidents. Or Flamengo can just completely wreck them and show that Keedstars have they've tripped into this decider match.
I love just the complete lack of sugarcoating. It's just, the last game was, it was bad. It was bad.
After the run boost round on Dust 2, like, it was, I honestly just lost my will to sugarcoat, but yeah.
No, I'm with you. I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Keydstars, absolutely. It's kind of interesting because when you look at it, in terms of like the world rankings and whatnot, Keydstars on paper are actually kind of the better team. But, in terms of previous matchups, Flamengo have beat them on every single occasion. And these two teams have butted heads quite a few times this year, actually. We saw 2-2-0s earlier in the year. That was back in March. Flamengo made light work of these boys when they were under the name Swingers. Then a month ago, a 3-mapper that, to be fair, really went the distance. We saw multiple overtimes. But Flamengo also took it their way, only dropping the one map. And then, our match yesterday that they also took quite comfortably, 13-7, 13-10. So no doubt they're the better team. No doubt they're the favourites. There's the Keystars boys on your screen right there. Ninjas, I think, had a wildly disappointing series, to be honest, against the Game Hunters boys. A lot to do to redeem himself here. Been a Beast was okay, had some good moments. But ultimately in the fragging department struggled a little bit as well, especially on map 3. We saw some bad whiffs towards the end that almost cost them going to overtime. Leo Dark, who was an absolute beast, he was fantastic consistently throughout the game. This star-studded player that without him, I think, no, and when I say without him, obviously they're playing 4v5. Without him, they wouldn't have won. But without him sort of outputting the kind of damage that he was, I don't think they'd have won. Desh, who had a really, really good series as well, I don't think there's all too much to fault with him. And Flash, who was also quite quiet. Now, we were somewhat expecting that. We kind of came into the game saying Flash was a little bit of a strange pickup because he's actually been really struggling in the numbers department recently. But I guess he lived up to those expectations. He didn't play particularly well, did he? So, here's the other side of things. And a couple of familiar names here in Cuts Merits and VSM.
Yeah, I feel like there is definitely a lot of like experience and tenure just packed into this roster, right? Like obviously, like the name Patinsda Ferrari, for example, was around for a really long time. You look at some of the bigger names like VSM. He's been on the likes of Double Nation, Fluxo, a little while ago also on the likes of MIBR, and then some of the less recognizable players perhaps are also still like they've had shorter stints in teams that have been still within the top echelons of CS, or at least close to it, right? Like we've seen Denoco play in Red Canids, we've seen him play in MIBR like 4 years ago. So I think in terms of like experience and tenure, you could say that there's quite a bit of name value behind the individuals on Flamengo. And obviously, because this is a bit of a mishmash roster, they've all been brought together from different pieces. It means that they haven't quite been able to build up a world ranking just yet. So you're definitely going to see them far some of the smaller, some of the lower tier up until they can actually calibrate that elo on HLTV, right? But I don't think their progress is going to be as linear as you'd like to think. There's still a lot of really good teams, a lot of really good individuals even in the lower tiers of South American CS, and things can get very, very messy. Now, up against Keydstars with the showing that they've shown so far, I'm not too sure if this isn't going to be one-sided, but we are looking at Mirage, Dust 2, and Nuke. So 2 maps that we've already seen. Not a great version of them. We've seen Nuke, we've seen Dust 2. We've seen some crazy shenanigans on those 2, but we get to see those 2 only if it goes the distance.
I just can't believe Keydstars run it back again on Dust 2, right? They lost to Flamengo on it yesterday. They picked it again today. They looked pretty terrible on it, to be honest, especially...
The Dust 2 pick is so funny.
Yeah, especially their CT side, it was just miserable, right? And then they say, all right, let's run it back again. Third time's
Their
the charm.
CT side, I mean, dude, their T side was unwatchable. Like, there were so many times where there's just like 500 rotates they're trying to do. They have their players just spread all across the map, and then you're right, like, even on the CT side, we saw a moment where they bunkered down with 3 players on B. We had a moment where they were playing 4 long. Like, it almost felt like they had no faith in their individuals to hold it unless they just had a straight up advantage. Like, it was just like a 4v5 on the bomb side or something. So I'm not sure if the odds are the best for Keydstars. I feel like the odds on Thunderpick reflect the viewers' faith as well. We are live at the game, so we're going to see if Keydstars can do some damage in their matchup against Flamengo. Of course, previously it's already been a 2-0. The rematch also on a bit of a shaky day for Keydstars, so not feeling too hopeful, but I do want to see a banger of a game.
Some hardened players here, though, on Flamengo, sort of talking about their experience. They've all played in the upper echelons of the South American scene, but an average age of 27.
What?
Means that Keydstars perhaps want to send them to the retirement home. Flash, oh wow. It's a rock-solid B defense. I mean, the initial entry was just bizarre, wasn't it? Trying to bomb through the molly like that, but they're met with some real resistance. Beast picking up a 3K, Keydstars on the board with the first, and that felt very hasty from Flamengo, considering this is their map pick and it's their pistol round. It's a full W through a molly and apps. Just walk into the blender like that. I didn't feel all too composed.
Yeah, not exactly the most composed of rounds from Flamengo, sure, but it's only the start. Good shutdown from Keydstars. At least they're getting a fresh bit of scenery to try and recover some momentum. Oh, that was a difficult watch. But it should just be the cleanup for Keydstars regardless. So, first couple of rounds are going to swing by with no issues. Flamengo now bringing the weapons out. Only 2 kills, only 2 kills have been collected by Cuts Merit so far. Everybody else on to 0. This is where things should start to heat up a little bit.
Flash has got an MP9, but for everybody else, they're rocking with the rifles. So there's not really too much of a bonus round in play here. I think Keydstars are going to be happy with the fact that that's the case. And Cuts Merit sort of took away a couple of those weaker weapons. Ninjas sat in a good position. Contact made. Starts to tiptoe back. There is one crossed. You should realise that Tetris is an immediate threat on the timing. Does see one. It's very sloppy again. Opportunity for the headshot. Doesn't take it.
Wow.
Sort of baits his teammate a little bit. Plays with the trigger discipline. Only ends up with 1. Yeah, that was just miserable.
When you see Leodark in that position, you see everybody turn to him. Like, you're just expecting a banger lineup or something like that. But, yeah, trigger discipline doesn't work out. In fact, it ends up sacrificing a teammate as well. And now, Flamengo starting to orbit. What?
The shade there, though. On the fact, on ninjas again, right? I mean, Leodark overcooks it a little bit, don't get me wrong. But every single time we see him in one of these gunfights, he looks like a deer in the headlights. Yeah, he really does. You know, he's on the off angle, he's on the fallen angle, he's looking towards Tetris. He's dead locked in on this gunfight, knowing that it's likely he's going to go 1-for-1, right? He's going to take this fight, he'll find the kills, he'll get traded, and then he's got Leodark there in sandwich. And, you know, the guy jiggles out, he doesn't pull the trigger, he then sort of awkwardly repositions and gets overwhelmed. It feels like I've seen that so many times throughout this series, where he sort of like half commits to a gunfight, and then just doesn't stand a chance with it, and just gets overrun. It's been really sloppy from him today. Comes out with a FAMAS into round number 4. This needs to yield a little bit more.
Ooh. Nice little nade onto Dash. And Flamengo are playing this T side pretty drawn out, very elaborately, just sprawling their players around middle. And with the fact that there's a player in main, it means it's eventually going to be them joining forces to have a two-pronged approach. The opening kill onto Ninja certainly helps. As they go up connector, Vinabeast is going to have to stick true to his name. Sees the barrel. No, he's going to pop his load a little too early, and Misfit is going to capitalize. Flamengo into A side we go. Keatstar is completely locked. And this is where, if you're Keatstars, you need to be getting ready for the save. There is already a player coming in for the flag, though maybe Leodark is hoping and praying that he can be the great equalizer, and he is. A 3v3 that has been brought down to. Like to see that Keatstars play that a little bit more cavalier. Oh, Dash is going to get a freebie as Misfit's not ready for him.
Oh,
and the
flashbang
flashbang is perfect from Leodark. In from behind, now just down to Kutsmaris. And the flank from Leodark, the flashbang to assist. Everything coming to fruition to allow Keatstars to make a 3v5 work. Beautiful stuff.
I'm going to be honest, after the last round that we just witnessed, I had very low expectations going into this following round. But, yeah, a very, very good retake. That's pretty exceptional.
I thought Leodark was being watched for, so I completely discounted the idea if it working out, but they weren't actually checking for him, so my bad on that one. But yeah, this was definitely a stellar showing from the Keatstars. Flamengo. Still enough money for the weapons. Misfit still has an AWP to work with.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah, we'll do it again. Okay. Deep molly. Luckily, they haven't pressed up yet, but Misfit's on the angle. Flash is there too late. It's just sloppy again. The early man advantage going the other way. It's been Leodark once again, by the way, who's just been putting up these like stellar early numbers. Vinabeast has now got to deliver on the B side. The anchor.
Oh, wow.
Fortified and set in the sand, and he ends up with 2. Leodark's arrived at the party and dishing out some damage as well. In fact, they've gone very heavy on the rotates. All 3 here. Misfit caught with a molly in hand. Down to 1 HP. Finished off by the nade. Oh, it'll be a trade.
More? No.
Yeah, won't last long.
What's very interesting, I mean, yeah, props, flowers to Keatstars for winning that round, but what's very interesting is that Flash misses the jump, takes his sweet time, still decides to go for the exact same play, walks up, and, like, sure, that's probably not the reason he died. If he was going to push anyway, and if they were going to watch for him anyway, he ends up dying. But what is the point of then going for that jump regardless?
Yeah, I'm sort of in the same boat. It feels like there's not a contingency plan, right? It's like, boost me apps, and then when he fails to boost, there's not this sort of...
That was so robotic.
Yeah, well, it's like there's not this sort of process of thought of like, yeah, I've missed the jump. They probably would have heard that, and now I'll be late on the angle. So, you know, cancel. Let's just, like, break into default positions or something. And instead, it ends up being, you know, yeah, go for it anyway. Now they've probably heard me miss the jump. They're probably going to be expecting the apps aggression. And, yeah, just it sort of falls into this very similar theme that we've seen out of them so far, right? Which has just been a little bit disjointed, a little bit indecisive, and... yeah, lacking backups, I think, is one way of putting it. 4-1, though. A good chance to make this a 5th. Not a lot to work with here for Flamengo.
Pretty basic push about to come in from B. Oh, wow, Delboni. Good shot onto Flash. He's been on the receiving end of so many bad shots. Sometimes due to his own problems. And bad timing on the utility. And Flamengo have somehow gotten control of B site with nothing but pistols and a dream. Oh. A very sloppy spray. He's gonna chase the bomb carrier. Chunky amounts of damage. Not sure why Misfit isn't just backing off, trying to gain some control of the B bomb site. Instead, he's sticking around to fight, which means the bomb's gonna be dropped in just a moment. Never mind. Slips the net. And earnestly, I'm not sure what I just watched.
We take that they'll definitely go for, but it's just like a very awkward 3v3, isn't it? VSM and Misfit haven't got Kevlar, but on the right angle, he had the head angle, just can't make it work. Misfit does find one, so leaves his
I
palatable
don't know
for
where the last
Merits.
player is.
But you kind of think they would. I mean, by process of elimination, they should have worked this out by now, but Merits has just found one more. He's going to pull Dash away from the defuse, who eventually will run him down and get back on that bomb just in the nick of time. About 2 seconds to spare, but yeah, that one comes way too close for comfort for a round that had very little invested behind it.
I don't get it. If they already have 2 players in the B bomb side, I'm not sure why the bomb's just not just going down immediately. They also have information that 2 players are coming up. I mean, even if you are going to try and delay those players in apartments, might as well pass the bomb over, but honestly, I couldn't comment on the thought process there. But yeah, Flamengo pretty much being schooled here. And one of the worst showings that we've seen from Flamengo, actually. Most of the time, they've looked a lot better than this.
Yeah, especially considering this is their map pick. We saw them on Mirage yesterday against Keystars. They smoked him 13-7. If they want that same scoreline here, that same level of domination, then they don't have much of a margin for error left. We've actually seen these guys beat some very good teams this week as well, or here on Mirage. They beat Bestia a couple of days ago here on this very map. They had a reasonably close game against 9Z as well. These guys are a very, very capable Mirage team, and so far, they are not showing that. There is something to be said, though, for the fact that Keystars are warmed up. They just played a best-of-3 prior to this. Flamengo may be coming in a little bit cold. Right now, a 6th right on the horizon. HG, that'll do a lot of damage onto Denoco. Misfit taken out, and, well, Heed will pick up another. And what's so bizarre about it is it comes ridiculously close when Flamengo are on an eco round, and then when they have the guns out, they just look completely lost.
What's more surprising is that Keystars are able to get comfortable rounds like this when Ninjas and Flash are honestly just not playing the best. Like, I know this is a little bit of sugarcoating coming back, but we've seen better days on both. So definitely a little confusing for me when they picked up Flash as the last piece. But at least in terms of stats, there aren't any like huge redeeming qualities. But yeah, Flamengo being able to at least get onto the bomb site. Keystars, a 4v3 retake once again. You've talked about how the ecos are getting close, and it's hard to earnestly call this one a close round. But if they delayed any further, it might just be. In fact, now an M4's been recovered, so we've got to watch out. Quick smoke onto the bomb just to give themselves a little bit more breathing room, but the issue is that now they've allowed cover for a player to hide inside the smoke. Oh. Yep, there's a knife waiting for him. BSM just wildly swinging around. He might be able to get another. Just get your knife out. Oh, there's another click. And that's such a massive fumble. VSM with 2 knife kills to get them off of it.
This is just ridiculous. We're sort of talking about the meta here and the ridiculous scrappy Counter-Strike that we've seen. This was just supposed to be a very clear-cut round for Keystars, and They've taken a little bit too long to find the last piece. They jump on the diffuse with the smoke, and they end up just getting slashed and stabbed. To address the flash thing a little bit, right, I will say, right, this is me sort of reading into it a little bit, to be fair. Hold on, I do want to see how this dash plays out first. Wow. I cannot believe he gets away with that. There's a bit of a ingrained problem, I think, in the South American scene of the average age of rosters being a lot older than it is here in Europe, yeah? Like, you know, constantly these teams, you've got like Desh, who's like 27, or 26, Leodark, who's 25. You look at this entire Flamengo roster, you've got an average age of 27. So finding some of these younger players that are like capable is actually quite a rarity, I guess. Oh, this could still go wrong, you know. Hang on a minute. If Vinabeast finds this kill, then it should be fine. If he drops on a weird timing, yeah, okay, there we go. Should be all right. But yeah, finding these younger players that are capable, it actually seems to be a bit of a rarity. And someone like Flash, even though he's not putting up the numbers, I think purely the fact that he's only 20. What? VSM? No. If you don't throw this round away, it will be an absolute joke. And again, wow. Back-to-back?
Back-to-back fumbles for Flamengo to come back. And you know what? It's a really important point you make, but I don't understand how that ends up happening, because for scenes that are way smaller, like I'm going to use the Pakistani scene as an example because I understand it a lot better. There's no pipeline for younger players to reliably get to the pro scene, which is why, like, the few players that made it, or the few players that did make it into some big matches, just did it off of pure spirit and grinding with no end in sight, not thinking, never ever thinking about a positive outcome that they're looking forward to. It's just, like, even with no guaranteed benefit, they're just trying to push through it, right? They're just trying to brute force success. But for a scene like South America's, when you have so many teams that have actually made it through, you know, we had so much representation this time around in the major as well, like at a pretty high level. I just don't understand why that pipeline doesn't exist then, or not to the same degree.
Yeah, especially when you've got players like Fallen, for example, who is doing so much for, like, grassroots, and always has done so much for, like, grassroots South American CS, and trying to sort of teach the younger generation of players. It is very strange that the teams at this level just have like a very high average age. And yeah, as I say, a player like Flash, even if he's not putting up the numbers, just the sheer fact that he's young and that he can maybe be shaped into a better player actually seems like a, you know, a big star factor in itself, which is kind of crazy because that's not something that applies like at all in European CS, I feel. But yeah, very rarely do we see 15, 16-year-old talents emerge from South America. Cuts merits. Timing's ridiculous. Oh, Ninjas does well to check that corner. I thought he was just going to completely neglect it, and they were going to just pass by. 3B for Del Boni. Yeah, no trouble there. It's going to be another round.
It now finally feels like Flamengo have gotten back into the groove of things. But the way they've done it has been so unorthodox. For VSM to get a double knife kill to defend the bomb, and then a clutch from VSM, I feel like that momentum might be enough to just kick it over. If Keepstars just keeps capitalizing on those rounds, if they had like 8 rounds by now because they don't lose those clutches, there's a very good chance that even if they end up inevitably losing the entire best-of-3 series, they still take us all the way to map 3 simply because they're able to find so many rounds towards the start. I feel like that's part of the reason why they won their previous game. It's because they built up such a huge margin on Nuke against Game Hunters.
Well, there is definitely something to be said for that, isn't there? I think Nuke is a perfect example of that, actually. If you add a few more rounds to Nuke, let's say we're playing MR15 Nuke, I don't think they win that game. I really don't. You know, they looked really weak on that second half, and even just getting later into the game, it wasn't even necessarily just the T side that was the problem. It was just getting deeper into the game. But just the sheer fact that they were able to go 8-0 up was the deciding factor, I feel, in that match. Fully coming to this one though, Flamengo have got a good chance to just tie things up at 6 apiece, which is kind of crazy when you think about where the scoreline was sat just a couple of rounds ago and the nature in which Flamengo won those rounds, right? Remember, we saw that ridiculous double knife to deny the defuse in the smoke on the A site, and then the 1 versus 3. Another one of those situations where, much like Game Hunters on Ancient, you can't say that Keydstars haven't had those opportunities to pull away further, to win the game. They weren't able to seize them. So here we are at 6-5, staring down the barrel of an even half. Best case, 7. And it's been a good recovery from Flamengo.
An outstanding recovery. It kind of felt like they were losing all hope in that first half. And you've got to remember, they still have to play the more favorable side. They still have to go to the CT side. So this is great work being done by Flamengo. Look at this. DESEMPREGUEIDOS is actually kind of lost to Nuke for a little while, but is able to recover, get back on his feet. Ninjas doesn't move a muscle. Just keeps an eye on things. They want to try and capitulate on the bomb site in a full 5-on-4 retake. They want to try and make those advantages work. Cuts merits, though. Might be able to sneak past. And how does DESEMPREGUEIDOS respond to that? 3v5 now. Going to be really difficult for Flamengo to try and hold on to this. But time is ticking down. It's all about wasting time. It's okay if you die, but you must waste time. You need to keep them off of the bomb. Smoke's going to be deployed, and the final player in Tetris will quickly be taken care of. They eventually do find the bomb, and because they've got a kit, they've got it with about 2 seconds to spare. So yes, 7-5. Not a bad half in the grand scheme of things, but knowing the nitty-gritty, knowing how we got here, is where the mystery behind it lies. And I think those details are going to matter, because I don't think Flamengo is going to loosen up on the CT side. If anything, it's just going to keep getting harder for Keydstars.
Yeah, they're looking quite rigid right now, aren't they? The fact that Flamengo were even able to pull it back to the degree that they were, those couple of rounds that were won earlier. This one was a bit of a sort of confidence staple for me as we just kind of look back through the game. That retake after they'd actually lost that second round. Lost the first buy round. They won the second round. They lost the first buy round. The fact that they were able to bite back and win that retake in the way that they did definitely sort of filled me with a little bit of confidence that they had something more in the tank here for this series. But yeah, just generally, whilst you should be happy coming away with a 7-5 half, the fact that they were 6-1 up, the fashion in which they lost round 8, the fashion in which they lost round 9, just sort of spiraled out of control, didn't it? They lost that control quite badly. I think Flamengo have got a really good opportunity here. They can win the BESTIA round. This map's theirs for the taking. And it's their own map picks. They'll certainly be hungry for it. CT Sard now. Keydstars, this BESTIA round. Worth its weight in gold, and a very good start for Desh.
These first few rounds are going to be key. Keydstars have been relying on finding those early advantages to stay alive. Cuts Maris needs to keep himself alive as well. Pops a smoke, wants to try and play around it, needs to buy as much time as possible. He's the only one with the defuse kit, but he's going to be found out eventually. DESEMPREGUEIDOS pushing forward, finds Dilboni, and it's quickly a 2-on-4. A chance to bring it back, though. Denoco and Misfit, a kill apiece, has brought it to just 2.
2 versus 2. No kits. Both to the Kevlar, not a good sign. Bomb's already halfway ticked. And they are very aware of how short this fuse is. I mean, it's going to work, as DESEMPREGUEIDOS will follow up. They just don't have time for this fuse. They're well aware of this. They'll take contact with the apps player. But DESEMPREGUEIDOS is already thinking about how he can escape. He gets to the kit, but Ninjas is there. And honestly, you know, if they find that kit earlier, then that's absolutely a winnable round. In fact, massively favors them.
The issue is that Customers dies somewhere in the smoke, so he's not even sure where it is. So it's hard to call it out.
Yeah, that's where it all gets messy, right? Stumbling around the site, trying to find that defuse kit, and you have to make noise in the process as well. If you've got the extra time, you shift around, you keep Ninjas guessing, but the second you're making those steps, he knows exactly where you are. It's easy to deal with. You can round for Keed.
I'm just wondering how much longevity they're going to have. They've been able to win some weird swing rounds, but a credit to Keedstars, Flamengo have also really been relying on these unorthodox rounds just being where they're bailed out. 2 instances of VSM finding multiple clutches. If they can get the engine started on Mirage, then maybe. It's obviously a little hard to make an argument for their dust tube after what we saw, but they can be hopeful. Leodart, a good connection. Then just to follow up with that as well, but VSM somehow still being an issue. Flash puts Misfit down, and they have run into the B site stack. Ideal position to be in. Leodart trying to look for VSM, who already has 3 kills under his belt. He's been doing all of the lifting for them, and he's up to 4. He could be getting the ace. Well. He's bailed him out so many times, and somehow he's gotten the equivalent of an ace by getting 4 kills and delaying time on the final player. This is where, if I'm Keedstars, well. I'm taking the timeout if I'm Keedstars.
Oh, of course. Losing against an eco like this, it's just so horribly disjointed. And VSM, who credit to him, has been fantastic in this map. Just shouldn't be allowed to get away with that. But the second he gets that bomb dropped, he fancies his chances. And Keed, the biggest issue there, aside from the fact that they've sort of thrown themselves out in 1-by-1, is the timer. And honestly, you can attribute the fact that they've thrown themselves out in 1-by-1 to the timer as well, because they don't really have time to wait for players to get into position and trade off of each other. They just feed the beast and they throw away a really key round. The score should be 9-5 right now, and they should have a strong economy. And instead, it's 8-6. They're on the cusp of collapse, and if they lose this one, then the score ties up. So just seeing how quickly a game can fall apart, really. Witnessing it before our very eyes. Keedstars may be the chokers this time round.
Flamengo, the team that has relied on clutches, they have relied on swing rounds, will continue to rest on their laurels. You know, one of the things we said about Game Hunters was that it would be their own responsibility if after so many fumbles by Keedstars, they would still end up losing. And, you know, they eventually had to accept that responsibility. They had to bite the loss. They had to be eliminated. And I think Flamengo are in the same boat where, although they're doing okay now, they still do have to close the game.
Got a bit of a reminder that round as well with VSM's sticker on his gun, and he's played a major. He went to the Paris major with Fluxo, right? I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, we were sort of talking earlier about the experience on this Flamengo team. And I think that comes into play a lot here when it comes down to like a decider match like this. You have got tenured players on both sides. There's no doubt about that, but. Yeah, when it comes down to sort of the pressure of a decider match in a tournament, just having players that have, you know, played on the world stages and pressure doesn't really get to them is always important. Lovely little jumping burst fire with the Glock. You always love to see it. Should just be a bit of a clean up here for Flamengo. The aforementioned tied up scoreline as we go 8-8. And they are right back in the picture here, the runnings to take their own map pick. It's been no easy ride for them whatsoever. In fact, it's been a really hard-fought road. One that they are still carving a route into victory for. Into round number 7, they'll be looking to win it.
Oh wow, look at this from Leodar. It's so messy yet so controlled. Flamengo 3v5. They bailed themselves out. Ooh, ouch. I think that was the most athletic we've seen Ninjas look in the entire game.
Yeah.
Was that a little mean? I'm sorry.
Maybe, but it feels somewhat deserved. This has been a hard day from him, right?
They had the advantage.
And a first map. All on to Desh. He's got the bomb. I'm 40 seconds. So I'll tell you what, I actually don't hate his chances at this. There's a world he can make something happen here. He's gonna have the timing, actually, to cross. If he crosses default and doesn't try to run towards the triple box, he'll get that smoke down, or peaks before it blooms, and just about Misfit will catch him with a Tech 9. Flamengo will make it 9. They won't allow any kind of shenanigans from Desh. Yeah, good timing on the rotate, to be honest. That could have got a little bit messy if they'd given him an extra couple of seconds to get that plant down, try and maneuver around it. Yeah, they've now got the lead.
A very reasonable chance that Flamengo just continue this progression and close this game out. But Keystars have often thrived in those weird rounds, and this could be another one of them. Delboni, first to draw blood though. VSM adding more to the tally. The heaviest hitter of their squad. Getting to dip his blade in blood once more.
God's merits. Shutting things down on the B site. That's run out of bullets. Has to get in the reload, but it's okay. Got VSM there to support him. Very messy. Okay, but again, the round will go their way, so they can sort of shrug it off. It's not the end of the world. do or die now, though. Keed have been in control for the majority of this map. They've gone eerily quiet. Now Flamengo are on the cusp of 11. Keed absolutely need to win this round to stay relevant in this game at all. If they don't, they're in trouble.
Connections being made on the A-bomb site. Beast with an opener, but it's still a 4-on-4. And DESEMPREGUEIDOS might have made their job a whole lot easier by coming in as the second prong. Issue is he's wrapping all the way around, which means now they have to search for that extra player as they're getting ready for a bit of a retake situation. Look at this. This is an interesting mini-map arrangement. So there's a flank brewing for the CTs. There's a flank brewing for the Ts. And both teams are too scared to commit. Now, they eventually have to move on to A, but that's the issue, right? Like, there's only 15 seconds on the clock. The only insurance policy they had is gone, and they still need to deal with Delboni. Nade connects. A little bit of damage. But still a 2-on-3. Never mind. There it is. Cuts merits from behind. Slight HP advantage for Flamengo, but Beast has the right weapon and the right idea. If they just start committing to the defuse now, it's going to be a whole lot easier. But look at this. Coming all the way around. This is where the panic is going to start to set in for the Ts. Cutsmaris needs to watch out. Beast ready with the peek. There's a connection. And as the bomb starts ticking down, Delboni finds the kill, and there is a kid to quickly put this bomb to rest. Again, a round that Keedstar should have had any day of the week.
It's one that they should have had, but I will praise Delboni on just his awareness to be holding for that flank, you know? If he's got his back turned and the CT flank's able to sort of play a bit of trigger discipline and just walk down, then, you know, that's a very, very different outcome. But,
the problem is that even though they know that DESEMPREGUEIDOS is eventually going for a flank, the only way that that flank reliably works is if the A-side players are also pressuring the defenders. Otherwise, you can just comfortably watch CT. You know that there's a player lurking somewhere, so you might as well just watch CT when there's nothing happening on A, right?
Yeah.
I don't appreciate how they essentially ended up leaving the lurker to die.
No, I'm with you. There needs to be this kind of push and pull, and needs to be communicating and coordinating a little bit better than that, right? Pressure needs to be on the A site to pull that attention away, otherwise you do leave that flank high and dry. That's kind of what we see. So, 11-8, Flamengo do what's needed from them. They win that last round. They take the reins once again. Map that not so long ago they were 6-1 down in. They now lead 11-8. DESEMPREGUEIDOS, beautiful entry, but Ganoko making a bit of a mess of things still. A 5v4, damage dealt. HG's to blow the smokes open, confirm that no one has crossed just yet. And Delboni, oh, it's a massive double and huge damage dealt. They've not planted yet.
For some reason, getting control of the site has never been an issue for Keystars, but actually getting the bomb down has been an exercise in impossibility. DESEMPREGUEIDOS, the prime fragger, and frankly, the carry of Keystars, who's kept them above water in this tournament. Left with an impossible clutch.
It's going to be 12 rounds then. Chances to close now. Some true chances to close. Four of them. Galil's on the other side. 4W into the A site. Leonardo again is the one to draw first blood. He's sat 22 and 16. He feels like he's doing everything he can here, but his teammates are unable to find that same level of success. Just denied entry by the bouncers. Flamengo should just be able to close this one out here in the 21st. 13-8 would be quite the statement after how this map started.
It might have started off with chaos for Flamengo. They might have been relying on the clutches, but that was only how they got a start in the game. To end it off, everyone's been looking strong. Kutsmares did a really good job. Delboni's had a couple of nice moments, especially on the flanks. Dinoko's been doing it. And VSM has been a very promising force throughout the series. Now, 2v4 is quickly going to fall apart. And Ninjas, unfortunately, check out of this game. So, very convincing victory for Flamengo, despite Keed Stars looking like the better team towards the starting of this particular map. Now, Flamengo, they've brushed their own map under the rug. It's going to come down to whether or not Keed Stars can actually provide some resistance on a map that we just saw them fumble on.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Flamengo's performance at the very start of this map concerned me ever so slightly. But, yeah, their ability thereon after was something else, wasn't it? And Keed Stars just not looking up to par. Not looking up to par at all. Yeah, I think that this... It's kind of crazy, isn't it? You know, we were talking when the scoreline was 6-1, and we were saying about how yesterday, when this map was played, it was a 13-7, and there's no way that that's going to happen again now because Keed are winning 6-1. The fact that that actually ends up pretty much materializing, you see a 13-8, just completely blows my mind. It's a real testament to how much Keed really dropped the ball, and how what I was saying earlier regarding Flamengo maybe coming in a little bit cold does definitely apply, right? Keed came into this game straight off the back of the last series. They're warmed up. They're ready to go. They came in with some early rounds. The second that Flamengo started to find their groove and warm up to the series, they were by far and away the better team. And I think that really resonated with the server.
Now, the issue is that Keed Stars have picked into a map that not only did they really struggle on against Game Hunters, but it's also just generally one of the better maps for Flamengo. They actually like picking into Dust 2 anyway. So, yeah, these aren't exactly the easiest grounds for Keed Stars to play through. And Flamengo might actually just be replicating the results. But who knows? Uphill battle up ahead, but not before a short break. So we'll see you after it.